Hi, Chad. How are you guys doing today? Hello, hello.
Time for the PB.
How are you? I'm doing pretty good. I can't complain. I had a good night of sleep. This is the first day I feel rested in, like, a while. Which is a very nice feeling to have. But anyways, thank you, Hi Fishy, for the 1 year resub. Dude, that is crazy. 1 year already. That actually does not feel real to me. Anyways, thank you, Fishy, for the 1 year resub. I really do appreciate that. And thank you, Meowing, for the 3 months, saying, got in the screenshot, congrats on the PB. That was 18 hours ago, I'm stupid. Your old link is? Dude, I told Maisie this. I said that, honestly speaking, 2024 was scary to me. I don't feel like 2024 went by much. This game was released about 3 weeks ago now. Linkus, please, you must save me from depression. Okay. Look at my hands. Now they're gone. Look at my hands. Now they're gone. You know what that's called? Magic. That's right. Depression. And now look at this. Depression, gone. Depression, gone. It's that easy. Just gotta magic it away. Yeah, the fact that 2024 ends in 2.5 months is kind of scary, to be honest with you. When are you going to do an Echoes Wisdom Speedrun Explained video? Actually, I'm gonna, it's coming out in the next few days. I just wanted to wait longer so that people had time to beat the game before I released it. That's really it. Damn, already quit Wind Waker? I know, right? I know. Can you believe that me, Linkus7, already dropped Wind Waker? Can I tell you guys something that I told Ragter offline, but I kind of stand by it? I don't know if anyone else like can gets what I mean when I say this, but like does it make sense when I put it this way? Sometimes you like hype up some things for like stream or for the viewers, but like to yourself you're like, okay, you know what I mean? I'm gonna be honest, I was shocked at the run we got yesterday, because since that was the third day of doing runs, and I know that my consistency is not back. What I told Ractor was this. I said this: did I know that I could theoretically get world record pace? Of course. However, because I was just day 3 of returning, I thought my consistency was so not there that when I headed down to Hyrule on that run we got, right? And I was like, this could theoretically be world record. In my head, I literally was thinking, I'll just be happy if I can save 1 minute and get 4th place. Does that make sense? Because it's already hard to do it even when you play every day, and especially when it's day 3 returning. Even though, like, theoretically, I'm not lying when I'm like, okay, I can technically get the world record. In my head, I'm like, there's no way we can even at all pull off every trick first try smoothly. But then we get down, and barrier skip goes smooth, and I'm like, oh my god, wait, hold on, there's a small chance. Well, whatever, like, there's so much that can go wrong. And then I get trial skip roll clip on the first attempt, and I literally in my head start going like, oh my god, wait, hold on. And it's not until I get light arrow skip. When I pulled off light arrow skip first try, my head started going like 1,000 miles an hour. Unaku, is that just same route with perfect RNG and execution in the fights? Or is that new strats that I need to learn? Literally just spider 616 null? Wait. Chat, for context, that is 2 minutes and 10 seconds faster than my gold, and 3 minutes faster than my PB on just the last fight. That's the most ridiculous endgame fight I've ever heard. What? Anyways, thank you, Cobra, for the gifty. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Anyways, let me go through the end. Let me go through the end game right here just one time, just for practice reasons, chat, so that I know how to do it before we start the first run, because it's been a few days. Let me go through this one time. I am an idiot. I forgot to hold L. Anyways, get the rung warp, go here. Go here. Go up here. Is Dogspot being weird? Wasn't Dogspot having issues yesterday as well? Oh, there we go. Cool. There's, what is it, 126 echoes or something like that? Chat, I'm telling you, I swear to God, chat. Now, one more stupid joke about if I quit Wind Waker. I swear to God, I can't take it, man. I have such built-up rage from getting that question as a legitimate question that it immediately just makes me go, oh, when I see the question even as a meme. People are speedrunning this game. I haven't even finished the story. But the game's been out for like 3 weeks. Linkus, I really want to watch some Wind Waker speedruns. Did you know where I can find them? Did you see I got second place last night, Unaku? I was on world record pace until Puppet Ganon cutscene skipped somehow. It was a really good run. It was much better than I thought I was gonna get already. Yeah, I was going for 4th place, but we got on like the run of our lives somehow. We're record pace until the end. We made one mistake during the second last trick, but that's not good. But because we're on such good pace, we were still able to get I don't know how he actually reached that guy. But yeah, anyways, we were able to get second place back. Hi, Zeal. Or Z-Heal. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing good. Thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it. I'm not sure if I should pronounce it Z-Heal or if it's supposed to be pronounced like a seal. I like seals. So I hope it's the second one. Link. 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 You suck, Link. Like a seal? Let's go! I was right the first time! I'll probably have it to Linkus 7 daily the second place time. Is this practice? I'm about to start run soon. I just do warm-up every time I start a stream. It's a good way to start because also it takes... this is not considered a complaint, by the way. This is just like how it is. You know, people don't join the stream. Okay, some of y'all do, Giga Chat. But most people don't have alerts on and join on the first minute. So I like to do warm-up. I like to do warm-up when I start my streams for 2 reasons. One, it gives people a chance to join. And second of all... Not to throw anyone under the bus here, but I hate starting soon screens. I don't mean to call anyone out who's using them, but I hate starting soon screens for one reason, and one reason only. Starting soon screens are great if you start the content once the timer hits 0. But I'm going to tell you what 90% of people with the starting soon screen does. They start the stream with a starting soon screen with like a 15 to 30 minute timer. Then, once the timer hits 0, they spend an additional 20 to 30 minutes talking, and then they start the gameplay. So I don't have a problem with people who do a starting soon screen as long as they start the content soon, or the starting soon screen is shorter, like 5 to 10 minutes. But anyone who has a long starting soon screen, which I consider to be more than 15 minutes, and then they proceed to spend a long time talking, I don't like it. Like I said in Beef with Smallant, I don't have a problem with Smallant starting soon screen, because Smallant does a starting soon, and then he gets into the content almost immediately. And that's fine. That's what a starting soon screen should be, which is, hey, I'm giving everybody a 10-minute heads up. Join the stream. When the timer hits 0, I'm going to talk a little bit, and then I'm going to start. You know what I mean? So the idea of the starting soon screen is, hey, everyone gets a chance to be here when I actually start. I would even like to say that people who have starting soon screens that are like 15 minutes and then they talk, do you know what it actually does to me? Maybe I'm just a crazy viewer here and you guys don't feel the same way, but whenever I notice that a streamer has a starting soon screen and then talks for a while before they actually get into the content, when I see their going live notification, I actually take longer to join their stream. Because when I see the notification, I'm like, there's no point to join because it's not going to start for at least an hour. So I'll say it has the opposite effect of what they want. It makes me actively just choose not to and then click on it way later. And sometimes I just forget about the stream altogether because it's so long in between. So yeah, that's why I like to go live and either just chat with everyone while everyone is joining, or I like to practice and chat. I'm sure you've noticed, I kind of do that. Think about it. When I start my stream with Wind Waker, I will spend the first 5 minutes jumping around, not even practicing, just literally jumping around in place, saying hi to everybody. Just like doing backflips or a windfall. And then once that, after 5-10 minutes, I'll do like 20 minutes of practice and then I start. There is some form of content while people are waiting, which I think is really nice. And I basically spent the same time as I would have if I used the starting soon screen. But instead, I got to talk to Chad the whole time. No, when I say I'm not going to call anyone out, I have a acquaintance, I should say. I like them a lot, but their starting soon screen is, I'm not kidding you, 30 minutes. Whenever they go live, they have a live split on screen for 30 minutes. I like them as a person. They're very, very kind. Great time hanging out with them. But I cannot stand their starting soon screen. 30-minute timer. And it's not like every now and then. It's every stream. Every stream has a 30-minute starting soon screen timer. And once the starting soon screen is over, they talk to Chad for a while. I'm talking like they will do like just chatting for like a solid 30 to 45 minutes before they get into it. So it's always at least an hour from clicking live until they start the content. And I can't take that. Like, I straight up turned off notifications from them the second I realized that was the case. I cannot ever support that starting soon screen. At that point, if you want to spend half an hour chatting, which I think is totally fine, I've done that on many occasions, just start with the full screen face cam, chat with people for 30 minutes, then start. I'm gonna be honest, I actually have no problem with people reacting to content if it's on live stream. I think that, I'm not saying, not like completely just like ethically, you know, like not legally. When it comes to react content, I think on live stream, it's totally valid, I don't care. I think the only times I have a problem with it is sometimes if it's reacting to a video on YouTube. And I will say if it's reacting to videos on YouTube, I think I will summarize it as, are people watching your React video to see you? Or at all to see the original content? Like, if someone has spent months working on a video, and then you don't really have much to say, and it's not, like, supposed to be a shock factor or a reaction thing. Like, for example, if someone reacts to TikToks, I have no problem with that, because then, let's be honest, people are watching because you actually got, like, basically a compilation together for them, and people are watching because of your reactions. I think that's totally valid. But if someone just sits quietly, says, like, 2 times in a 1-hour video, then I don't like the React content. That's why, I don't know if you guys have ever seen it, but whenever I do a task React, I would say that it's basically not a React. If you've ever watched any of my Reacts, I'm basically doing, like, explanations the whole time. I only react to things where I already have a lot of knowledge about it so that I can have some reactions, and then I can spend a long time just explaining what it is. I'm like, oh yeah, so this glitch, this is how it works. So it was like a half breakdown, half reaction. Because otherwise, I just feel bad. When a reaction turns into a lecture, yeah, I have a problem doing that. Sorry, chat. Unless you'd like it, in which case you're welcome. Yeah, I also don't mind, like, I actually quite enjoy watching Aatrox react. Whenever he chooses to do a big A-clips of reacting to a video, I actually really enjoy it because I feel like he adds insight that I wouldn't have known by just watching the video. So I actually watch because I appreciate his take on it. I've even watched videos from him where I'd already seen the original video. Link. Aw, man. Damn it. It's gonna be hard to get a 2-cycle now. Yeah. Well, honestly, I think I'm ready to do a run. That felt really smooth. I just wanted to go through it one time to make sure I remembered how to do it, and I feel like I do. Cool. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. This is my first time watching a live speedrun. I hope you will enjoy. I'm going to just warn you straight up. I'm not even going to try and clickbait you. That if you want to see live speedruns, I hope you will enjoy. But I hope you also have some time to stop by for Wind Waker, because this game is really awesome. But it has some of the longest early game sequences I have ever speedran. That's why I do not run it full time. I just run it occasionally. So let's just say that, unlike a YouTube video, there's going to be some cutscenes. Some lore. Is this a serious speedrun or training? You know, I just started the run, so I'll accept the question and say this is a serious speedrun. If I was like further in the run, I would probably be a little bit saddened by the question. Oh my god, this actually reminds me of Maisie. Okay, Chad, I cannot tell you how sad this made me one time. I streamed Wind Waker speedruns, all dungeons, 2 days in a row. And trying to get PBs for all dungeons. And then I remember the next day, the third day, I was like, hey, I'm gonna stream some Wind Waker. And Macy goes, oh, nice. Are you gonna do more practice, or are you finally gonna start doing runs? And I was like, what do you mean? And she was like, well, you've been practicing for 2 days in a row. Are you gonna like do runs today? And I was like, what do you mean? I've been doing runs for the past 2 days. Huh? And she was like, no, but like, you've continued to just be like at the start of the game. And I was like, okay. And she was like, that wasn't practice? I was like, no, I was doing runs. Felt like such disrespect, dude. The worst part is, they would be different if maybe she had just joined the stream, you know, like in the first 30 minutes, didn't see that it was more than practice, and then wasn't around. She was around the stream multiple times during the runs. But I guess she kept just noticing that I kept losing my run to, like, the, you know, the middle point around Forsaken Fortress 2. So I guess it was just practice. Anyways, I remember she said that, and I literally... like, sometimes I will, like, jokingly be upset about something, you know, chat, or, like, jokingly have my feelings hurt on stream. But I'm not even kidding when I'm saying that, like, that it genuinely made me a little bit sad when I got the question. Because I was like, dude... I know it wasn't... I'm not gonna, like, stay mad. Of course, I'm not gonna stay mad at you. Like, it's not intended to be mean. But, like, I was still like, wow. But it was all fun and games. For the next, like, little bit, I joked about it. Fishy, I already have a really big sub goal, okay? I'm not doing another Skyward Sword rando sub goal, okay? I already have the sub goal, okay? I already even put it on the schedule, all right? Trust me when I say I think that a Breath of the Wild 100% speedrun, which is 20 hours long, is enough of a crazy goal. I do not need more Skyward Sword. I was more thinking 300 push-ups on stream. Okay, Fishy. You know what? Let's get a question in chat going. Chat. Realistically, without just making fun of me and being sincere. How many push-ups do you guys actually think I could do? Okay, I actually feel a lot better about myself. Okay, I haven't tried it. I actually don't want to try it today because my arm is so sore from manual super swim. But 20, but 40 if it's only with the right arm, that's funny. I will say, as a genuine estimate based upon the last time that I tried to do push-ups, I remember the pull-ups from ESA, so I was actually going to guess a lot. Oh yeah, I used to be able to do a stupid amount of push-ups and pull-ups. Fun fact, I don't know why people think I used to be so weak, but like at ESA, Inaka remembers this, literally people could not believe it. There was a poll, like there was like a random poll you could grab, and someone was like, and I was like, oh dude, you could do pull-ups on that. And they were like, Linkus, you cannot do a pull-up. And I immediately I grabbed the pole like this, and I did 5 of them up to the chin like this. No problem, no feet on the ground. And then people were like, that doesn't count. You're supposed to hold like this. So I literally just re-grabbed it, held like this, and did another 5 that way. And I was like, dude, what? Like, I didn't realize that people had a really hard time to the pull-ups. I will tell you right now, though, there's no way I can do that anymore because when I did that at ESA, I was a little bit muscular, and I had no body fat, basically. Now, I'm having to pull up an additional 50 pounds of McDonald's. And I do not have the strength to adjust those extra 50 pounds of McDonald's. So, yeah, in America, now there's no way. But I will tell you this. If I'm being realistic, there's no way I could ever do a goal of a push-up per sub because even if I wasn't sore from Wind Waker, I think realistically, I could probably... I think here's my realistic thing in my head. The first 6 to 7 push-ups would not even be bad. Around 8 or 9, I think I would start to feel kind of like tired, so I'm having to push myself to continue them. And I think I could probably get up to around 12 to 15. After that, it would be really bad push-ups to the point to where they probably shouldn't count. I will tell you that's probably the realistic amount that I could do right now without having worked out much and with having gained some body fat. I don't think I could go much more. I would be shocked if I could go above 20. I think, like, if I really try hard, maybe up to 20. I don't think I could do more than that. So I appreciate anyone who guessed I could do 30 plus, but I think that's pretty much where I'd, like, cap off. And I have tried, by the way. I tried it at the gym with my brother, like, what would that have been? It would have been in April. I actually tried to do a pull-up in April. I can't do pull-ups anymore. It actually made me genuinely sad. What large goal in that? What large sub goal indeed then? I lost my train of thought. Sorry. Let me reset. The large sub we currently have is for Breath of the Wild 100% speedrun. It will be a full Breath of the Wild 100% speedrun. I will learn the newest route, and I will actually try and do multiple runs, because I want to keep going until I get at least a sub 20-hour time. So I will not just do one off run. I'll do more than one run. I'll probably have to do at least, I'm thinking probably the goal is honestly, in terms of hours of content, probably the best goal, because I'm guessing I'm going to do at least 3 runs to get my goal, which would be, I mean, it'd be guaranteed like around 60 hours of content. Plus the practice hours, it's probably going to be like 80 hours of content worth of it. But I'm not going to count the practice hours because that's not fun content. But yeah. Actually, I had this ready. There we go. This one won't be 100% accurate. I really hate that you can't anymore pull from the servers the actual sub count so I can have it fully accurate, because the one that's native through Twitch I think is such a ugly goal because you can't customize it. And if you use Streamlabs or Stream Elements, you basically have to tell them what your current count is and then it adds it. But it will never it will always be close, but it won't be fully accurate. Yeah, I'll have it up. So many cutscenes. Yeah, the run is about to start. Yo, Fishy, thank you for the 5 gifties. I really appreciate it. Holy crap, thank you. Thank you so, so much. Let me move it down next to the goal. Yeah, thank you so much for the 5 gifties. One step closer. The SMW music always hits different. I agree. The route has actually not changed since the last stream, believe it or not. I did not have to learn new strats for this. I think about other possibilities to make you suffer. Yeah. Just listen. Wait! I am noticing a pattern. Hold on. Let me quickly think about this for a second. Fishy wanted the next goal to be push-ups. And before that, he wanted me to do Skyward Sword. Skyward Sword is the only Zelda game that is physical, because since he wanted 100%, I'm gonna have to do Bamboo and other genuinely tiresome stuff with the motion controls. So I don't know if it's actually ever about Skyward Sword of the game. I think Fishy just wants me to do physical activity. He's trying to hit the gym. The return of Ring Fit, please. I have that in Sweden. I don't want to buy another copy of Ring Fit. I'm a physical therapist. You know what? I'll take it. You know what? I will take this. Because you know what? In Fishy's normal daily life, people pay him for the advice. I'm getting it not only for free, I'm getting paid to do it, okay? So I'm just saying, I am hands down his best patient, okay? This is the best patient therapist relationship I have ever had. But this makes so much sense now. I know you worked in healthcare. I didn't realize you were a physical therapist. That's actually genuinely awesome. I will say, though, I actually have really bad memories when I think about physical therapists. Let me tell you guys a story I don't think I've actually ever told on stream before. I actually told this to Maisie yesterday because I got reminded of it when playing Silent Hill. So when I used to work at the hospital, it's not one huge building that's the hospital. There are multiple hospital or different types of buildings that does different things in the same area. Does that make sense? So it's not just like the biggest building you've ever seen. It's like one building is like like emergency care. One will be like dentist and dental stuff. One is like physical therapist, and one is labs. Or sorry, labs is actually in both buildings, depending on what you need. But anyways, so it's different things. There's like 3 different buildings. Now, one thing that many people that are patients might not know, but this is just a thing, is that you don't almost ever, unless people move away from your town, it's not really common to like break down or stop using a hospital building. Instead, what is going to happen is that you will have a really old building and you will just renovate it. However, there's one important thing I want to note about when hospitals gets renovated or upgraded to look newer as time goes on. That only applies to the areas in which the patients see. So one area that does not ever get upgraded is basements or back corridors. Those will always stay the same. So the hospital I was working at was quite an old hospital. And because of that, the main rooms where the patients come in looks awesome. All the other places, creepy as hell. So I hated the basement of this hospital. You had to enter this super old elevator, go down, and when you got down to the basement, it basically looks like the basement of a hospital in a horror game. It's like 80 years old, and it looks really terrible, not upkept, creepy, creepy, creepy. And I had to go down there sometimes for you know, getting supplies and stuff. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that for moving things around, you can't just have, if it's something important you need to move around, like let's say a piece of equipment or it's raining outside, you can't be expected to run outside. So they had built a tunnel from the hospital to the other facilities. But the buildings were not right next to each other. So this tunnel was like a solid 3-minute walk. It was a really, really long tunnel. It's like a 3-minute walk to get through just the tunnel part, if you're walking at full speed. But that's not the bad part of it. This tunnel is so long that you cannot at all see the end of the tunnel. It's way too long where you can't see the end. Not only that, but it was built during World War II, so it looks like an old World War II tunnel that has not been upkept. But also, the thing that makes it way scarier than just being a World War II tunnel, and it being so long, is the lights. You have to remember that what you might see in a horror game is usually somewhat inspired by real life, and this is one of them. What do I mean by that? Well, this tunnel is so long, and it has so many lights, and no one walks down here, unless for very special occasions, that this tunnel doesn't have a normal light switch. Instead, what happens is you press a button. And once you press the button, the lights go So 2 lights at a time is being turned on, one after the other, slowly lighting up the corridor. So it's slowly going forward. But on top of that as well, only about, I would say, maybe like 6 of these double lights are on at a time. Then they automatically turn off behind you. Meaning that you click the button, it starts to light up, you start to walk forward, you cannot see all the way forward or the end because it's not that much lit up ahead of you. And as you are walking, the lights behind you are actively being turned off. So there is complete and utter darkness both ahead of you and behind you, and you are walking through this old corridor built in like World War II for 3 minutes until you get to the other building. I only walked through that tunnel one time with a staff member. The second time was asked to ask. I'm not even kidding. I asked someone to walk with me because what if it was too heavy? I made up an excuse because it was so scary. It feels like a tunnel that never ends, and the lights make it so much more creepy, and it's run down and terrible. Anyways, why am I telling you this story about why this is so creepy? I'm telling you this story because the reasons I had to walk over there was because that's where the office was for the physical therapists. So the 2 times I had to go and talk to the physical therapists was the times I had to go over there. So when I thought about it just now because Fishy talked about being a physical therapist. And anytime I think about a physical therapist, I have bad memories because I think about this tunnel having to walk through it. But yeah, the second worst part was that exactly what Onaku said. The changing rooms were also in the basement. So I actually changed before going to work. Because I could not, under any circumstances, except going down there. And when I worked at another place, and when I worked at the hospital, they didn't allow me to do that because of hygienic reasons. They had to have, like, you know, really clean clothes. So because of that, I would change in the bathroom. Because I didn't want to go downstairs to the basement. It was such a creepy World War II basement, dude. All concrete and terrible lights. Oh my god. I think that's something that actually a lot of Americans will never experience, which is that things that were built around the 30s and 40s are built like creepy bunkers, like from horror games, because we were actually at war. I think that's something that people just kind of forget about, but it's just like a weird thing that you notice around in Europe. Obviously, don't get me wrong, America can have creepy basements. I'm not saying they can't. I'm just saying that, you know, like... It's creepy to a different extent in some places in Europe. But yeah, like I said, it's funny because it wasn't until I actually experienced it myself where, like... One second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It makes sense because when you just play a horror game or watch a spooky movie, you don't really think about, you know, the fact that the sceneries or where things are taking place are real. It's just made up. But obviously, a lot of it is taking inspiration from real life, and I never realized that until I put myself in some scenes. Anyways, the reason this all got brought up with Maisie and haven't been brought up before was because I don't want to talk about spoilers. I don't want to get into the game. I haven't beaten the game yet. But we got it to a... Let's keep this generic so it's not spoilery. We got to a hospital section of Silent Hill 2. And I told Maisie that I hate hospitals in spooky games. And she said, why? And I said, one, for some reason, they always make it about... Almost like if it was like, you know, like an old psychiatric place. Second of all, and then I was like, and second of all, I think it's creepier because I refer to my real life. So it's not just like, oh, this is made up. Like, it reminds me of just being creeped out in real life as well. So it's like double bad. Oh my god, target the right thing. Please. Please, please, please. That was good. Please work. Please work! No! It wrote me to the intro! That's such a rare rung warp too! Oh, wow. I got rung warp to the intro! Oh, you gotta be kidding me, dude. Can you build up and go north from here? No, at the start of the game, this place has invisible walls. As you can see. Yeah, it can be spooky at times for sure, Mac. Alright, well, unfortunately... Sorry, chat. I had to do something. I think you know what's up. But now we're ready to do a new run. Maybe the Wind Waker forgot to wake him up. What? I had to use the restroom. Is everything good? Yeah, just, you know. All right, let's start running. 3, 2, 1, go. Did you call your water company? I was thinking about it, but I kind of was so happy that I woke up early. I kind of just wanted to go live as early as I could. Thank you, Trey, for the Prime Gaming 2-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Did you already talk about Game Freak? All I said about it was that I don't want to talk about it on my stream. But, yeah. Playing it safe. Why not start the game when you gain control over Link? I wouldn't be surprised if that would be the compromise, quote-unquote, intro skip that they come to the conclusion of after a vote eventually, to be honest with you. Because you can either allow just starting at Tri-Rod, which would be 11 minutes in, right? Or you basically just, or you go for the option of skipping, you know, the 45 seconds at the start. Thank you, Victor, though, for the 2-view raid. I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you, Dreamar, for the 3 months. Thank you, gentlemen, as well, for the 2 months while I was gone. Yeah, I actually think that, I'm getting honest with you, I think the biggest issue that the Switch has when it comes to figuring out how to deal with speedrunning with really long intros, and I'm not talking about this game specifically, I just mean like a lot of games right now, is that you run into a really shitty situation, I think, with a lot of them, where a lot of games nowadays, I'm sure if you played any newer video games, I'm sure you've noticed this. Have you noticed how video games nowadays, to make it feel more immersive, doesn't usually do like old games where you play start and then there's just a 5-minute cutscene? Instead, video games love to kind of spawn you in and then you walk to the next cutscene and then you walk to the next cutscene even if there's nothing going on, right? To give you like a tiny bit more immersion, right? Instead of just kind of giving you a cutscene. I understand why they do that, but anyways, that's how games work. So because of that, the thing that sucks for speedrunning when it comes to that is when it comes to the Switch specifically. If you don't want to skip any of the gameplay, you would have to have a community member make a code/mod, not like that skips the intro. You know, like how in Wind Waker, for example, there is a code you use that skips the first 4 minutes of the game of the intro. Do you know what I mean by that? Like, you know, when I start a new file, it doesn't even try to play the 3 minutes and 45-second intro. So that's through a community code that was made that just basically sets an internal flag. To skip it. It's the same thing with Super Mario Sunshine. With Super Mario Sunshine, because that one has a small boss and gameplay, what Super Mario Sunshine does, if you haven't seen it, is you have, you have what's called a hacked file. Basically, it's really clever what the community came up with. It's basically a file where it's set up so that it starts at the start of the game, but the file has modified 2 values that indicate that the 2 intro cutscenes have been watched. So what that allows you to do is click start, and then you do the movement on Airstrip, pick up Flood, and then you do the movement to kill the boss, and then the cutscene that happens after the fight also can be skipped by pressing A, because the game thinks you've already watched it. So it's somewhat of a solution, and it actually has worked out really well for the community, and it has really relit the community. It really made the community better. It made the speedruns more interesting. It made people be willing to go for harder strats because they don't have to suffer through 7 minutes of cutscenes every time they reset. And overall, it just made people enjoy the game more, include viewers and runners alike. But here's where I'm trying to get to. That's the problem with a lot of video games on the Switch. Because most newer video games have the structure of cutscene, gameplay, even if the gameplay is not major, it causes a lot of divide where some people think that any gameplay, no matter how easy it is or trivial, cannot be skipped. And some people think, well, if it's so easy, it's worth skipping even if, you know, it's gameplay because, hey, we skipped 10 minutes of cutscenes, right? The best solution is actually very simple, and I think a lot of people can agree with me here. The best solution is a code that lets you skip the cutscenes but do the gameplay. But here is where I'm talking about the problem is. Anyone can homebrew a Nintendo Wii, and it's really easy to do, meaning that within 5 to 10 minutes, you can, if you own a Nintendo Wii, or even a GameCube if you're willing to buy an SD card thingy, use the code. But on the Switch, you have to have a launch switch or install a crazy mod chip, right? So what that means is that there's going to be a lot of people out there who won't have homebrew. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? I feel like it's easier to say, it's easier to see a community implement a code that skips the cutscenes when the way to set it up is you put a file on an SD card, you plug it in, you do a 5-minute setup, you're done forever. Versus the alternative we're at right now, where this alternative would be you require a homebrew that not everyone can get. And it would be very unfair for runners who can't get it. So it's one of those things where it's really unfortunate because if you want to find a good compromise, because the best compromise is, you know, skip the cutscenes, keep the gameplay. It requires homebrew, which means not everyone can get it, so it's unfair. So the only way to keep it fair, so that everyone can do it, is just allow you to load the save file after the cutscenes have done. But then you get to the same problem that some people don't like if you skip any gameplay, even if it's easy. So we're back to square zero. So I will say, with the current state of the Switch, there is no way to make everybody happy. I think if people look at the Sunshine situation, I would say arguably 80 to 90% of people nowadays probably think it's really good and are happy with it. I think if whatever implementation you will implement for a speedrun on the Switch, with either skipping gameplay through loading a save file or using homebrew, which not everyone can get, I think it's going to be very divided and pretty evenly split 50-50, no matter the choice. But yeah, like I said, my opinion about skipping a little bit of gameplay is actually really simple, and I think it's a pretty good solution. Here's my take on skipping gameplay if it's really easy like this early game is, up until, let's say, Dry Rod. Here's my simple take on it. Let people load a save file here, so everyone can do it, and then for the time you get Dry Rod, don't make it an 11:16 or an 11:15 or 14, which is a perfect Dry Rod. Even just make it an 11:20. In that case, if you make the offset time a little bit worse than perfectly optimal, it means that you, like, literally everyone can do it, and it is not like you're just like it basically would mean that, hey, if you're willing to go through this, you will, you know, and you want to spend time practicing to perfect Ganon. So, you know, it actually goes from the easiest fight of all time to a little bit more tricky because you really want to get all that stuff perfect. You get a few seconds time advantage. If you don't want to go through the cutscenes, then you can, but the offset of the time is assuming you had a bad fight. So you ended up with an 11:20 instead. And then you can choose, do you want to, you know, do you want to lose 5 seconds of time, or do you want to go through the cutscenes? I think that's, in my opinion, the good solution that I have always been for. Like, I will say this right now, and I think people can believe it. I would argue to say that I without being like cocky, I can say this statistically. I am one of the best manual super swimmers in Wind Waker in the world, right? I would be totally okay if the speedruns technically just started on Windfall, or sorry, on a Dragon Roost with the Wind Waker, and we skipped the first 6, and we skipped the manual super swim with a small offset time. I would be okay with that, even though it would put me at a massive disadvantage, because right now, here's an honest truth, okay? I'm just gonna say it straight up on stream, I don't care. I am not the fastest at that game, at least right now. Right now, I would say that I think probably Mini is one of the best runners in the world, and he is way faster than me on a lot of segments. However, he is not as fast as manual super swim than me. So even if I might lose a little bit of time to some optimizations in some parts of the run, I make that up by saving time in manual super swim. You will definitely consider that to be a skill. However, here's why I am still okay if we were to start runs on Dragon Roost with the Wind Waker, despite that putting me at a 1 minute disadvantage, because that's how much time I save usually compared to some of those top runners. I would be okay with it because it would be so much better for the community as a whole. It would make new runners way easier and way more fun to pick up the game. It would be way better for the health of all the runners. And last but not least, what is the goal of speedrunning? Yes, you can, and this is where I think a lot of people, look at it wrong. I think people look at this big picture, like the small picture, but not the big picture, okay? Just hear me out, okay? Let me cook. Yes, the goal of speedrunning, if you ask someone, would be beat the game as fast as possible. However, if you break down what it actually is that people enjoy, it is the competitive side. It's how fast can you beat the game? And you might be like, Linkus, you just repeated yourself. No, I don't think you understand me. It's how fast can a player truly get through the game? And what do we value as skill and talent and speed? And I personally care more about, I would care more about seeing how fast people are at playing the game than doing that one trick. I do not care if we skip that first trick, because when I think about someone being good at Wind Waker, or I think about a good Wind Waker speedrun, or I think about a Wind Waker speedrun in general, I do not think about what makes someone a good runner is being able to be fast at manual super swim. I think about having good movement. I think about the fact that you get super consistent super swims. I think about the fact that you can get first try storages on almost all the spots. I think about having gorgeous blind memorization when doing certain storages around and chest storage. I think about people, you know, going... I think about people going through, you know, dungeons and having it whole memorized. I think about people clipping through the barrier. I do not think about what makes someone a good Wind Waker speedrunner and what makes a runner a good runner. I don't think about manual super sim. Is it a cool glitch in theory? Sure. But I think the coolness of that glitch does not outweigh how much terribleness it brings to the run in theory. Coming from the person who probably has the best consistency on it, I'm just being straight up. I have the biggest advantage with that trick being in the run. I've seen this take 1,000 times. People, anytime I talk about that intro skip should be allowed, I see people say this all the time about me. They say, Linkus, you just want to do that because it's better for viewership and you just care about money. No. You might think that I just care about money, but when I'm for intro skip, it is not because it makes me more money. Trust me, do you know what makes me the most money? YouTube videos. Do you know what I would do in a YouTube video? I would cut the intro out. It does not make a monetary difference for me, and I don't think about what makes it. If I think a speedrun's boring, I play something else. If I cared about money, I'd play Wind Waker every day. That's literally what I would do. I would just play Wind Waker. What do you mean? I wouldn't be doing a casual playthrough of a brand new game. I would wait a month before everyone has played it so I get more viewership playing the game. So when I'm like talking about I'm for intro skip, it's not because it's going to make me more money and get more views, because that's not what's going to make the big difference. If anything, I've actually noticed that a lot of people like hearing people just have conversations. People actually, obviously if it's too many resets, but to an extent, people kind of like that I have time to talk to chat. It's not like a huge negative for my stream. It usually just means that when there's a lot of intro, do you know what people do? People usually don't stop watching. They usually just put the stream on the side, don't pay much attention, and then once the intro is done, then they pay attention. Usually it doesn't reflect in the viewership though. It's not like the viewership goes up and down each time I'm in the intro. People just don't pay attention and then repay attention. That's it. So I think that people really should change their mind when people think that my only argument for why intro skip is good is because it's better for views. It does not make a big difference in terms of views and money. I'm for it, not for my own benefit, but because it's better for the community. It's the same reason why I'm saying right now, I do not have a problem. If anything, implementing manual super sim skip for Wind Waker would probably theoretically be a negative for me, because I would have a harder time to compete for a record against some other runners. And if I have a harder time competing against records, I would get less views, because record attempts in the title gets you views. I would still be for it because it'd be better for the community. I truly will say that I do not care about skipping gameplay when the gameplay is not interesting. Because people care about the run. They don't care about the fact that you skipped a few simple inputs. People are not watching me because they're like, wow, Linkus, you can throw those 3 bombs again and so fast. I can't believe you memorized to turn up left, throw 3 bombs, shoot an arrow, then throw 2 bombs, shoot an arrow, then turn up right, throw 2 bombs, and shoot another arrow? That's incredible, Linkus. I can't believe you memorized up left, 3 bombs, 2 bombs, up right, 2 bombs. That's the most awesomest thing I've ever seen. Like, people are not... People ain't watching for that reason. But anyways, like I said, believe it or not, even though obviously I would always be for manual Super Sim Skip and Wind Waker, it's been so long that I don't advocate for it anymore. And the other thing too is that at the very least, manual Super Sim on GameCube is so much better than on HD. Like, let me nerd out a little bit about manual Super Sim, actually, because you guys might not even know how big of a difference manual Super Sim is on GameCube versus HD. So let me tell you a few fun facts that makes a huge difference. So on GameCube, if you just want to perform it, let's say you want to pick up the game and you're new, not only do you have, on the GameCube version, two options. You can either do unbuffered manual Super Sim or buffered. The buffered one is actually a lot easier on your hands, first of all, because due to the pausing menu having a slower animation, you don't have to tense up to do the pause, like HD. The rhythm is literally pause, pause, pause. Literally anyone can do it. It is not physical in any regard if you want to do the pause buffer method. So that means that you're never going to be limited by a physical capability. If you just want to run the game and you want to pause buffer it, everyone can do it because the rhythm is so slow, which I actually think is a positive. Second of all, you need less speed to perform it on a GameCube than you need on HD. HD requires higher speed values to actually do the upcharge portion than GameCube does. Third and final reason, when you do manual Super Sim on HD, you guys know how at the very end after you've unbuffered or pause buffered, you hold up an analog stick and Link turns around on his own, right? I'm sure you guys have seen me do that 1,000 times. So depending on how you enter camera mode will actually change how close the camera is to you, and the closer the camera can be to Link's face, the less speed you need. Why am I mentioning this? Well, that's first of all the reason why GameCube requires less speed than HD, because you can get the camera closer. But second of all, after you've done all the pause buffering on the HD version, you have two options. You can either A, hold down and go for a target. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If you hold down, so you're swimming upwards and do target, it is not frame perfect to enter it. And it's easy to do. But if you do it that way, it requires almost 100 extra units of speed, which is 30 additional frame perfect pause buffers. And if you want to do it holding down so the camera gets a bit closer, holding up so the camera's a little bit closer so you don't have to pause buffer more, it's a frame perfect trick after all the pause buffers, and if you're one frame off, you lose all your speed and your run is dead. So you basically force runners to either do a frame perfect trick that risks their entire manual Super Sim at the end, or they have to do an additional bunch of pause bufferings, which I think is terrible. But none of this you have to do on GameCube, because GameCube you can do what's called a half trigger press. Basically, you can press down your right trigger, your R button, halfway down, and it fixes the whole situation. Oh, I forgot to split. That's fine. Damn it! Unfortunate. I actually missed it. But anyways, yeah, so... yeah, the tower building was clean. That was good. Anyways, but yeah, point being is that GameCube, it's easier to perform the glitch, it's less physically demanding, and the upcharge is actually free and easy. And there is another thing too about that makes it even easier on the HD, on the GameCube version in HD, that I haven't even talked about yet, which is that to get a proper upcharge without having to rely on luck, Yes, there's some luck involved. Without having to rely on the luck of your swimming animation, you have to hold a perfect up angle. You might be like, why is that a problem, Linkus? Because if you look right now when I'm holding up, do you see that I'm walking up and a little bit to the right? I'll do that again. Hold up. Do you see I'm not holding perfectly up? It's shockingly hard to get for going from nothing to you're starting to hold up without, you know, readjusting to get a value perfect up. Trust me, because of how many analog stick values the analog stick can register, holding a value perfect up is incredibly difficult without a notch when it's a circle analog stick like on the Wii U. GameCube has notches, meaning that you are always gonna hold a perfect up. And because you're always gonna hold a perfect up, you don't have to rely on luck at all. Obviously, don't get me wrong, in HD, you can hold a perfect up and then you don't have to deal with the luck element, but it's just so hard and inconsistent to hold a perfect up that most of the time, especially if you're newer, you're gonna deal with luck. And the more off for perfect up you are, the more speed you need, which means even more pause buffers. What if you physically make a notch in your controller? The community had a vote and only allows for the officially licensed controllers, so you can't modify it or use a third-party one. There was a big discussion about that a long time ago. Do you know that if you go behind Jabu Jabu's shrine in the middle of the middle waterfall on the wall, then build up with water, they become invisible? I did not. That's really cool. Yeah, there's probably a lot of janky stuff having to deal with over 100 plus echoes in this game. Oops. 3, 2, 1, go. I was in Echoes of Wisdom. I did a glitch in a normal run where I was able to summon an echo in a wall. I don't know if I've heard of that. If you actually can consistently spawn echoes through walls, that would be useful. But I don't know if it actually happened and it wasn't just like a ghost or something like that. But if it did and it can be applied anywhere, that could be helpful and useful. But yeah, just post a video on it on the glitch hunting part of the Discord. Oh yeah, now when it's the next day, so it's not putting attention to it anymore. I guess I'll mention it. Chat. I didn't realize this when I was in the middle of the run. I was told about it after I got my PB last night. Did you guys know that a guy botted us last night? It was the weirdest thing ever. Did you guys realize we got a bot attack last night? I saw a few people post a comment. I thought it was just a few people. I didn't realize that it was literally 50 bots. Yeah, basically, if you weren't around, I don't know who, I don't know why, but someone I must have paid to have 50 Twitch bots, and right as I was finishing my run, my PB run yesterday, at the exact same time, all 50 bot accounts posted cheated run calling Carl Jobs in caps lock. Which, like, two things. One, why would you spend money on bots for that? That's so sad. Second of all, even if you were to be such a loser as to pay money to get bots, why would you do it for a second place time? It wasn't even world record. Like, I'm not saying do it when it's world record. I'm just saying, like, it's already so stupid in the first place, but it makes it even more stupid and sad when it's a second place time. I also wonder if that's the same people that spammed the 200 bits to try and distract me, because there was also 2 or 3 accounts that kept trying to spam a ton of numbers over text-to-speech when I was like, okay, I have to focus. Because I don't think those were our viewer accounts, were they? I'm pretty sure those were random accounts that were bots too, if I'm not mistaken. One of the accounts have already been deleted. I just scrolled back. One of the accounts that did that has already been deleted. It's called unknown user now. It's either deleted or banned by Twitch. One of the accounts are already gone that did the 200. And then the other was an account that was made just recently, and that was their first chat message ever in this channel. They had never posted a message in this chat before. It was their first message, was spamming with text-to-speech trying to distract me. Just really weird. Why? Like, why? Like, okay, here's the thing. I mean, I think everyone has at some point disliked someone. And I can, even though I don't like it, I can understand how people can not like someone. I understand how people can just not want to watch someone because they hate them. I can even understand, even though I don't like it, I understand why people shit talk other people. But I don't understand how someone can dislike someone and then proceed to spend money on bits to try and distract them through text-to-speech, and then spend money on bots to spam a message. That makes no sense to me. Like, how do you dislike someone and then to try and take out your, I guess, frustration, you give money to the person you don't like? Huh? I mean, yeah, I don't get money for the bots, but I got money for the bits. I mean, thanks for the $4, I guess. Like, why? Why give me $4? Just to try to annoy me? What the hell? If anything, I was the winner because literally, thankfully, I was in a loading zone when it happened, so I just literally was able to mute it, so I didn't even hear the alerts. And we got paid. Maybe they will try to do a PayPal chargeback or something. No, because this is not through PayPal. This is through Twitch, so they would have to fight Twitch. Which, have fun with that. If there's one company I would not mess with chargebacks, it's Amazon, you know? That's just a company that I feel like has enough money where you don't mess with them. A general good rule of thumb is this: don't mess with companies that can sue you to bankruptcy and they won't even notice that they were suing you because it doesn't even affect their bottom line. Then if that's the size of company, don't mess with them. Same thing with Nintendo. Don't mess with Nintendo. They have enough lawyers to just ruin you. And they will not care and they will not notice.
Yeah. Oh.
But yeah, I didn't want to mention it yesterday because I don't know. I didn't want to give him attention while he was here. Made no sense to me. I will say there was a genuine advice for anyone who is who's a streamer, because this is very easy and very common, unfortunately, to happen to small streamers. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart as someone who has experienced a lot of mean comments throughout my time. I mean, think about it. When I was streaming, when I was starting to grow as a streamer, I was 14, 15 years old. If you don't think that a 14, 15-year-old who has a squeaky voice and is obviously immature because they're 15 did not get insane amounts of hate online before terms of service existed, you are sorely mistaken, trust me. Like, this is before TOS, before any, like, whatsoever, like, harassment or bans or anything like that. You could dox people, you could bully people, you could hate people, it doesn't matter. You could not get banned. And I had everything. And here's what I was gonna say that I learned from it, and this is my #1 advice to anyone out there, if you're smaller, because it's really easy for people to do it then. Don't give them a reaction. The thing that stopped it all was just a reaction, all right? Trust me. I tried to get upset. I got sad. I cried. I even tried to, like, at the time, Skype call them. I even went in a Skype call with the people who were doing annoying shit to me to try and ask them why they hated me so much. Obviously, they couldn't give me an answer, but I tried to, like, reason with these people, and trust me, it doesn't work, because this is what they want. They think it's funny. So, the best thing you can do if you don't want people is just to not ever give them a reaction. Because if you do, it works. Exactly. Don't feed the trolls. It's easier said than done, but it will always stay true. Oh, early game. Oh, early game. I have so much fun with you. It's funny because you're totally right, but the ignoring bully strat never worked in school. I don't know if I agree with that. Most of the time when I saw someone getting bullied, even if they didn't give them a reaction back, a lot of the time people would like still get sad or just walk away. But that's still a reaction to them. They still like that. When I say, like, I'll give you an example of one time. There was this one dude who was bullied in school. I'll tell you exactly what happened when they stopped bullying him. Cool kids were bullying this kid. He was a little bit, chubby. He was a nerd, and he was weird. Like, he was weird, but, like, obviously still bullying him is wrong. What worked, and they stopped bullying him, was when he did this 2 times back to back. They said something stupid, and instead of walking away, instead of getting mad, I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, he basically just looked them right in the eye and said, "That's so funny." And they looked like idiots in front of everybody. And then they tried it again like a month later, and he basically did a similar thing. And they just never tried it again. Like, he just literally just stood there and was like, "Okay, yeah, that's so funny, dude." And like I said, in front of everyone, they looked like idiots. Because it immediately works, because bullying is obviously never okay, but to kids, it's funny if you give a reaction or you annoy someone, because this is how kids work. But if you make them look stupid, because they will if you just do that, it's really hard to do, but if you do that, then they will not like it, trust me. I will say, though, I am genuinely... one thing that has genuinely surprised me that I've learned is that even though bullying does obviously happen in Sweden, it happens everywhere in the world, I never understood to what extent bullying could happen in other countries, because in Sweden, you will get in serious trouble if you genuinely bully someone. Like, the school will actually step in. I did not realize how many places just... the school is just complacent in it. Like, like, the fact that a teacher can just either not care, look the other way, or is like, "Sorry, there's really nothing I can do," is crazy to me. Because if it gets bad enough and someone actually does report it, then, like, I'm shocked. But at the same time, I think, though, that it would... the reason I'm saying that it still happens in Sweden is because the way that it will not... they would still happen in Sweden is not... you won't get kicked out for bullying, don't get me wrong. But why I'm saying that it works most of the time in Sweden is because
usually the parents gets involved. So the only way that it doesn't get resolved is if the parents of the bully do not give a crap. Which sadly happens, but it's thankfully in Sweden very rare. Thankfully with the Swedish people and like the politeness, they will be very, very scolded by the parents when they get brought in to the office and they're like, dude, this guy is bullying the crap out of it. Like, they will pull them into the principal. Even if it's nothing physical, if it's just bullying verbally, they will get the parents involved, even if it's a group.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess theoretically speaking, if you have parents who just do not care they're bullying someone else, then technically it wouldn't get resolved. But like I said, thankfully it's pretty rare, at least in Sweden.
Yeah.
Technology changing. It's so funny because I only had like real technology at the very end of my school time, and even though we had it, like, you know, people hadn't started living in social media yet, because, you know, it was all so new. And I think the other thing that actually helps, and I mean this, and anyone who was around social media or the internet a couple of years ago probably knows what I'm talking about when I say this. Even though obviously you had the equal amount of creeps and you had the same amount of people who were mean online for no reason, if anything, I think mean comments were almost more. Because there wasn't an algorithm yet, it didn't push as hard, and I think that it genuinely made a difference. Because unless you clicked on a let's say for example Instagram, unless you clicked on a hashtag, there wasn't a feed to just give you random posts. There was a trending tab and that's it. But when you open up the app, it was just a following page. So you basically just saw your friends and stuff like that. And the most that I ever saw when it came to people caring about that sort of stuff was that right when Instagram was new, a lot of what my friends used to do was there was a very popular thing at the time called like for like. If you did hashtag like for like, then what would happen is that random people would click on the hashtag, they would like the post, and in return you had to like theirs back. And I know that a couple of people in school that cared about showing that they had like 100 likes on their post, you know? They would do like for like, and then they would delete it, wait an hour, then do it again. So they would like repost like for like 3-4 times, and then after doing that, a couple of times, they would you know, get 100 likes, and then they were like super excited about it. But anyways, in general, I would say that even though, like I said, social media started to really pop up when I was around like 8th grade. That's when everyone had like a smartphone. Or, well, okay, not me, I was poor. I had an iPod Touch because I couldn't afford a smartphone. So I was rocking a flip phone that I had and an iPod Touch because I could not afford an iPhone. But, so I was rocking both in my pockets because I was getting bullied because I was the only person in school who couldn't afford a smartphone. So I was rocking an iPod Touch and my flip phone so I could still get reached, but I wasn't bullied because I was like sitting there at break without being the only person without a, you know, touchscreen phone. But anyways, so, you know, around that time, 8th grade is when everyone started to get the smart stuff and social media. But anyways, what I was going to say was that it was just a very different social media age. Because once again, all social media was following your friends. Since once again, the algorithm had not yet been figured out to the extent it is now. So it just meant that truly what social media was at the time was just seeing pictures or updates from your friends. Like, if you went on Facebook, which at the time was cool, you didn't see many ads. You barely saw any random posts. It would be like one random post of something you didn't know, and for every 50 posts. 49 out of 50 posts was just simply your friends posting an update, almost like if it was a blog, about what they did that day on Facebook. You know what I mean? So it was just keeping updated on what you were doing, and if you did something fun or ate a good meal, you took a picture of it. It was just simply friends sharing things with friends. And I actually think that it was
it brought people kind of together in a way. It actually had a positive impact on society. I would not say that social media has a positive impact anymore. I think people would be better off not being on social media anymore, if I'm being honest with you. Some people might say that's not true. I'm lonely and social media gives me more friends, and that's maybe theoretically true, but I also think you understand that if you don't have... Oh, man. Oh, my God. If you don't have social media anymore, then people would actually spend more time in your IRL. Like, it's the fact that the option exists that would make it so that you would be the odd one out right now if you don't use it. Well, if no one can use it, then people hang out IRL. Oh, dude, if this run PBs or ends, I gotta show you guys a graph I saw. It actually made me almost scared. When I talk about social media, I don't necessarily talk about stuff like YouTube, for example, because I think obviously there's some people who might be able to use YouTube like a social media, but I think the vast majority of users on content like Twitch or YouTube or any other website like that in general use it more as entertainment, as a replacement for example, Netflix or movies or shows. I will agree. Okay, YouTube Shorts definitely gets more into social media terms. I would agree with that. I more mean like the long-form content. Long-form video content online, even if produced by content creators, I see more as entertainment. When I think of social media, I think about quick posts that anyone can make, or that feeds on adrenaline, like adrenaline kicks. It feeds on engagement. It feeds on posting, etc., etc. Like Twitter, like Threads, like Instagram, like TikTok. Anything that is like just quick, infinite, anything that revolves around scrolling. I'll summarize it to that because I think almost every one of them applies to that. Anything that involves endless scrolling is probably not good for us. New take, social media is a platform that isn't made for having a career on. Well. I will answer this, but I'm gonna obviously disclose before I answer this that my take here will be a little bit biased. But to answer your question, I will tell you this. I don't see anything wrong with content creators as a whole, because I see it the same way as entertainers, like comedians, like people who appear in shows, etc., where it's just a new form of entertainment. That being said, though, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can understand your take if you were talking about other types of certain content creators, like maybe certain type of influencers, we're gonna call them. And the reason I'm saying that, I'm not making that distinction because I'm not one of them. I more mean it this way. The problem with making a living on, for example, let's say you're making a living on X or Twitter, whatever, any platform like that. Or even if you want to try and make one full-time for something like even Instagram. I think the problem with that is you run into the same problem of having news be private instead of a publicly funded thing. Which is that you basically have to cover bad news because it gets more clicks, and you have to over-exaggerate, and the honesty and the truth is not what matters. It's just getting the clicks, and more clicks is always making people angrier, meaning that it doesn't matter if you post misinformation. There's no need to correct it because you got more engagement from it. Even by people calling you out for having spread the misinformation, you still get more engagement. And I mean, overall, not to sound terrible, but I feel like it's a net negative for society if you're trying to make as much engagement as possible on types of content like that. Please. Awesome. Damn it, that would have been like a 10-second gold. No warp. But anyways, like I said, I don't think I can give you a response, or I don't think it's fair to say social media shouldn't be a job, even if you're talking about Twitter, because even though I agree that people who, for example, make a living clearly just posting full-time on Twitter, even though I agree that those accounts, generally speaking, don't add a net positive, there are guaranteed accounts out there who legitimately bring a good service. Like, there's definitely probably people who do that full time by posting video game updates, that are doing actual journalism, that are doing weather updates, that are doing XYZ updates, whatever it may be. So I promise you that even though you might see a lot of people who you're like, okay, this is clearly just a negative overall, and like no one is going to look at that and be like, this is a positive contribution to society, there is always going to be exceptions. So I don't think it's fair to just do a general rule of thumb and just say it shouldn't exist. However, I will say, to kind of agree with you on one note, not to sound like a boomer here or nothing, but I wish when people wanted to make content purely out of... I miss the times when it wasn't so popular to do a job as a content creator, because I think it's way better when we were in the olden age where it was so unlikely and so few people made a living off of social media that you truly made content purely out of passion. And then if you happen to grow, then you happen to start making money, but it still stemmed from a passion. Now, I think a lot of people get into it for the purpose of wanting to become famous or wanting to gain attention or wanting to make money. And not saying it's necessarily wrong, it's just not... I don't like it as much, but I mean, like I said, technically... You know, it's the same thing. Some people might want to educate themselves to be a lawyer or a doctor just because it's a guaranteed high-paying job. I think I can never do that because I see that as crazy. But, you know, then some people will want to become a doctor because they want to help people and they like making a lot of money. And I think that's a difference. For me, there's a difference in that. But I think a lot of people nowadays do it for option one instead of both. Anyways, let me show you this thing that I saw because it actually... scared me a little bit. I'm going to copy this link and you send it on Discord so I have it. Okay. I saw this and I was like, oh no.
Okay, here we go, chat. This is how couples met 1930 to 2024. Okay, friends, family, school, neighbors, bar, restaurants, church, coworkers. Okay, church going down a little bit. Still, friends is staying really steady. Family, school, bar, restaurants. Okay, coworkers going up. Sure, we're entering the time when, you know, like, it's becoming more common to work. Makes sense. Friends is still staying strong. Coworkers going up. Bar and restaurant is going down a little bit. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, no. And the reason this scares me is not specifically because 60% of people start dating through online. It's more the fact that I don't think this only applies to dating, and this is what scares me. This applies to everything, including friends. I think people, I mostly have online friends, but obviously I would be happier as a human if I had interactions face to face. That's how we are as humans. So I'm saying this does not only apply to dating, trust me. This applies to everything. Which is a little bit scary. I'm still confused what family means. Family just meant that you were introduced. Like the family might have introduced you to them, or something like that. Like maybe it was maybe you're like your family was hanging out with another family. Stuff like that. Anyways, let's do another round. Yeah, or arranged marriages, different things like that. If you want to read the study, I'm sure that the study will tell you exactly what each number means. Well, I guarantee you it would, actually, but... Three, two, one, go. I'm so surprised that college is so low. My parents met in college. Well, actually, if you look at the graph, if your parents met in college, that would actually make a lot of sense because college was pretty high at the time when our parents would have been meeting. College and work and stuff like that. I mean, I can only speculate, but I'm guessing that part of the reason why college has gone down, I actually think a big part of that is not because people don't go to colleges anymore. I think it's actually a simple thing that society has changed, where I think in the past I'm saying more people, I'm not saying everyone, but I think more people in the past dated looking for a relationship / marriage, and people started families earlier on. While when I talk to if you know a lot of young people, you probably know I was considered weird in our generation because I started to try and date with the intention
of I want to be able to be sure I can marry this person already when I was 18. Like, if I liked someone, but I was like, do I see that I could theoretically marry this person? I would think that before I let it get serious. And if the answer was no, then, like, I wouldn't let it continue. You know what I mean? So I think today people see dating, especially in college, more as fun than necessarily I'm looking for a life partner. Not saying that people did not go crazy in college in the past. I'm just saying that I think part of it is a society change. I've heard a ton of, like, literally, I'm sure you might even think this, but I can't tell you how many friends or acquaintances or people I know went, wow, you and Maisie got married so young. I'm 25 and she's 24. You know what I mean? And it's like, for not, you know, having kids yet or anything like that, people think it's really weird because that we got married so young. And in my opinion, I'm like, what do you mean? I'm not that young. I'm 25. But people think that's young now. Because I think a lot of people, like I said, just aren't like trying to date specifically for marriage like I was. And but if you go back to my parents, like, that's not that weird. Like, if you go back to literally last gen, it's not weird. If you come to Utah, they will tell you that you married old. I believe that. I know the people who got married the youngest and that I knew in Sweden were all religious. And I would say half of them genuinely are still living happy married lives. And half of them that I knew got married when I was still in high school were what I consider to be a bad mistake. There was a couple of my friends who were really religious, who when they got 18, they married their boyfriend because they wanted to be intimate. They wanted to be intimate, and the religion would not allow for that outside of marriage. But every one of them have gotten divorced by now. I know that for a fact. And I find that to be really strange. I don't think it's strange to want to save yourself for marriage. More that if you're willing to marry someone because you don't want to wait doing that, then I think that's weird, because if you deep down know it's not the right person or doesn't feel that way, because some of them was very clear and they were very open about that they wanted to do it because they wanted to be intimate, then I think it's strange, because when, you know, I remember one of them, I asked them, because I was at their wedding. I remember they were like, yeah, we want to be intimate, so we want to get married. And I was like, oh, well, do you feel like he's the one? And she was like, I don't know. And to me, that's crazy, because if the answer is I don't know, then I feel like if it's for the religious purpose, I feel like that will look down on you equally getting divorced than it would if you would have done it outside of marriage. You know what I mean? So that definitely confused me when I was in school, that someone did that. But I mean, more, you know, I'll let them do whatever they want. I don't understand it, and I think it's very strange, and I see it as a mistake, obviously, but at the same time, I think more people should follow my general motto, which is that to them, I supported them all the way through, because it doesn't hurt me what they're doing, and if they think it's the right decision and they're happy with it, then why am I going? Why should I care that much? You know, no matter what my beliefs are, if they're not hurting anyone, then I feel like you should be allowed to do whatever you want. My doctor's been out for 4 weeks now, and they just now told me that he's out sick. Him being out sick is that he hurt his back and he's in the ER. What? That's strange. The only reason I'm here at the moment is to wait for Link is doing a fatal mistake to clip. Hey, all my takes are great. Thank you, Ikiko, for the Prime Gaming 38 months. I appreciate it. Yeah, the sub count that's from the Streamlabs/Stream Elements, it doesn't update for the resubs, even when it's a new resub, because it doesn't know if it's a new one or an old one, I'm noticing. Linkus, can you say something controversial right now? Okay. I'm gonna say something controversial. I kind of want to... I'm going to disappoint all the Americans with what I'm about to say, but I want to get a sub 3613 because that means that the Echoes of Wisdom leaderboard will have a Swedish runner in both first, second, and third place. I would love to see an Echoes of Wisdom Swedish supremacy. I've actually thought about this legitimately. In the future, when I gain citizenship, well, hopefully gain citizenship, I've been thinking about it. Should I change the flag to be American on my profile, or would I keep it Swedish? Because it's like sport, you know, like if you're dual citizenship, if you're dual citizen, when it comes to sports, which, you know, would be the similar thing here with speedrunning, like an esport, you can choose, you know, which country to represent. So I don't know if I should represent America or Sweden. Oh yeah, of course now I'm keeping it Swedish. I mean in the future. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know though, I feel like we'll see what I do. Maybe I'll keep it on speedrun.com as a Swedish flag because it's fun, but I'm gonna be honest, once I eventually hopefully gain citizenship, I'll be more proud being an American than I would being a Swede. I don't feel proud being Swedish. I would feel proud being an American. Alamo why? Well, obviously there's a lot of flaws we can talk about with America, but I don't think you can relate to this if you were born in a country, but I have worked so hard to be able to legally be able to live in America, and I will have gone through so much stress, money, and hard work in my entire adult life to be able to have an opportunity to possibly in the future gain citizenship. So if I were to gain that, I would be incredibly proud to have gained citizenship and be able to call myself finally after 10 years of the most stressful time in my entire life and all the immigration misery that I have been through. I would be so proud to be able to finally say that I'm an American and not feel stress. It would be like my biggest accomplishment, it would feel like.
Oh, cool. Huh?
I also see it this way. I'm gonna be honest. One of the reasons I feel so proud to be able to live in America is because I see my work that I have put in since I was 15 and full time since I was 18 that this is like the price of it. Does that make sense what I'm trying to say? Like getting this job, working so hard to get where I am right now is what allowed me to get my visa to begin with, to start this whole process. And it led me to also like meeting my wife and everything like that. So I see both the stress of immigration. I see the money and time and mental drain to be put into the immigration process as it, but I also see that as a payoff of all my years of hard work being paid off. Because I will have truly put my heart and soul and life, like 10 plus years of my life, to the whole process as a whole, to give myself the opportunity to eventually, hopefully one day, be able to call myself an American.
Yeah.
So I can understand. I can understand that. But like I said, I'm sure at the same time, if someone spent a really hard work to be able to come to Sweden and gain citizenship in Sweden, I'm sure you would look at that and be really proud that you did that as well. I think there's a big difference when you have to work hard to obtain citizenship versus just being born in it. Link is you're an American in our hearts. Thank you. My belly agrees with you. But no, I think the thing I'm looking most forward to, I think the thing I honestly just look the most forward to being almost done with the immigration process, and I'm obviously not done with it, but like once I at least obtain my temporary green card, I am out of the worst part. And the reason I say that is because it's stressful to own a home and live with your wife and know that if you somehow got unlucky or something crazy happened, that there is a theoretical chance that can be just ripped away from you, and there is a legal way to be told, sorry, you gotta go. You have 7 days to pack your bags. That mental stress, even though I have been so careful in the entire process, I've been so careful to not break any of the rules, but it is done in such a way where, if you don't know, I'll give you a super quick thing about immigration law if you don't know this, and this is gonna maybe come surprising to you if you're American, but it's a really annoying part about immigration. Americans' immigration law is written differently than legal law. Immigration law, by law, assumes that you are guilty until proven innocent, not the other way around. Meaning that whenever you do an immigration thing in America, like an interview or whatever, the assumption is that you do not qualify, and you need to provide evidence and you need to convince them that you actually do qualify. It is not the other way around. It's not that they assume you're good and you have to just like not have anything that shows that it's not the case. No, you have to actively prove every single aspect of your life in excruciating detail that you are innocent, because it is otherwise, if you cannot provide evidence of everything, it is presumed by law that you are guilty. That's how it works. And that's why the process is so incredibly scary, even when you follow all the rules. I worked so hard to make, I mean, you guys remember when I was in between, working for CLG and Moist Esports, the people that are sponsoring my visas? When I was outside of my contract with CLG, for example, I did not stream for that entire, what was it, like 3 or 4 weeks in between when my contract was out. Would I probably have been fine? Would they have probably ever found out that I kept streaming in that time? Probably not. But the fact like that it technically is not allowed scares me so much. Same reason why I stopped approving PayPal donations on my stream. Because what I realized when I moved to America, because we forgot to put in wording that part of my income might come from PayPal donations. And even though you can assume with the wording that it would include PayPal donations, because there was not because it was not named PayPal, I removed it because I want to play it safe. Because we didn't name PayPal specifically. We said stream revenue, such as from Google AdSense, Twitch, TikTok, Twitter, or other social medias. But when reading that, technically, even though it would be part of the same job I'm doing, PayPal is not a social media. So I stopped doing PayPal because when I moved, because it was not part of the original wording, and that scares me. And most countries would look at that and be like, well, you're doing the same job. That's how you're getting the income, you know, and... But that's not how America works. America always assumes... America always assumes the opposite. You have to be very, very specific with everything, so... Like I said. But yeah, and here's the even scarier part about immigration. And I'll tell you this right now, and I'm sure if you've ever dealt with anyone in a government setting, like a DMV or anything, have you ever dealt with a government employee who does not seem happy? That seems like they're having a bad day, so they're giving you a harder time? Well, imagine that the thing that will determine if you will be able to legally stay in a country or be deported is that you walk into an interview for 20 minutes, you talk to them, and depending on if they believe what you said or not in that 20 minutes, they have the final say in if you will be denied your immigration or be approved. And if they deny it, you can't just send in a new application. You can appeal it if you can somewhat appeal if you think that they actually didn't follow the law, but if they follow the law and you just don't agree with their conclusion, there is no legal remedy that you can do. Because fun fact, you cannot legally sue U.S. immigration for any costs whatsoever. U.S. immigration cannot be sued for money. If U.S. immigration denies something and it is an incorrect decision, you cannot sue them and actually get an outcome that is beneficial. The most that can come out of it is you can prove they did not follow the law, and then they will change their mind and instate the benefit of the immigration. They will not provide you with any money. They cannot provide you with the lawyer fees or anything like that whatsoever. There is no way to basically overturn immigration. They have the final say in everything, and you are at that one dude that interviews you. Mercy. So yeah, like I said, I'm just saying that's why I'm saying that I'm very excited to be done with immigration, and I hope I soon enough get my interview, because sitting around and waiting is scary. If anyone doesn't know, I sent in my last immigration application in March of 2024. And I have not heard a word back, except for them sending me one letter confirming that they received it. So I've spent 7 months sitting and rolling my thumbs. Not a word. Not a word, dude. That's just how it works. And the fun thing is, there is no guarantee. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There is no guarantee that it will happen in a month either. It can be in a day. It can be in 2 weeks. It can be in a month. It can be in 3 months. It can be in a year, 2 years. You don't know. I forgot to split again. Damn it. All right, I need to focus. Everybody, here we go. No. All right, locking in. And I missed the timing. Damn it! Oh, that sucks. That was super good as well. I would have been like a minute ahead. I'm getting really fast at building this tower, though. Have you guys noticed that? I can gold this split by so much. I'm getting really good at tower building. Dude, it sucks that we have gotten here 4 times. 2 of the times, I got the wrong warp. 1 time I got a no warp. 1 time I got to the beach. And then 2 times I failed it. All right, let's do it again. Why do you want to go to the U.S.? Not judging, just curious. I think it's a combination of multiple things. I, for one, really like where I live in Texas, to be honest with you. I really do like it. I feel extremely grateful because every day... I forgot to start the time. I try and take a walk every single day outside of the summer when it's too hot. And I can't just... I just get a really big smile on my face because I feel like I'm living... I don't know, I just feel like I'm living... I just feel so thankful to be able to live in the U.S. I just feel very thankful. Seeing people's lawns, seeing the American architecture of their homes, seeing fire hydrants. I see the yellow school buses. I see the customer service people being nice. I don't know, it's just I feel like I'm living in a movie. And I feel very grateful about that. The second thing I would say is that Maisie wants to live close to her family, so she's very happy living in the States, and she grew up here. And then 3, I feel like I can do my job better in America while still and this is the main factor for me that's motivating me. My main thing is probably 3, which is that I'm happy in life because in Sweden, to stream at the schedule I needed to because, you know, my schedule, I had to keep the most insanely degen schedule ever where I had to wake up to have at like 4 or 5 p.m. so that I would have the energy to stream at the hours that are good for my stream. And all my friends were American, meaning that I had to keep a degen schedule. So I didn't get to see anyone in Sweden. I couldn't have a normal life. I was forced to keep the worst schedule of all time to be on an American schedule, basically, because that's all my job is. So I just couldn't really enjoy life. I just kind of felt like I was stuck in this infinite loop of I woke up, I ate food, I streamed. When I got done streaming, it's the middle of the night, so I only had to eat food at home alone again, or I had to go to McDonald's because it was the only 24/7 place. Everything else was closed. I slept, and I just repeated the cycle day after day. Couldn't hang out with friends. If my friends reached out to me, I was like, hey, you want to hang out? I was too tired to say yes because when they would reach out to hang out, I would be sleeping. So if I were to hang out with them, I would have to, not sleep. So the few times I were to do that, I would pull an all-nighter. And I also feel a lot less stressed when I'm self-employed, because America also gives me a lot less stress when it comes to being self-employed, due to the fact that, or doing what I do. Technically, I'm obviously employed under, as a contractor with Moist, but you know what I mean? Because, well, America is more pro-business. So being a, you know, like basically my own business, you know, it really is a lot less stressful and a lot easier to do in America, because it's very much pro-business. So yeah, overall, to answer you, I feel happier. I get to see the sun. I get to actually hang out with friends in real life. I get to be up there in the day. If I want to see a friend or go to an event, I can jump on a 1-hour plane instead of a 10-hour plane ride. I feel like I live in a movie, and my wife is happy. So there's no world where I would not want to live in America. It's the best decision I've ever made. Anyways, let's start. Three, two, one, go. Yeah, my family my family visits twice a year. Yeah, Dutch Bros is great. As a Texan, yeehaw. Oh my god. Okay, I actually have to complain about something that happened today. I felt like a true Texan today. I had the most American Texan thought ever. Okay, so this is going to be 100% the perspective of an immigrant, but I'm just going to say it. In my opinion, whenever you go somewhere, I think that it is very important, to me at least, to be accustomed to the local stuff. Does that make sense? So like how people interact, the politeness, the language, the culture, I think it's very important, and I really do like respecting that a lot. And obviously, I'm sure it's different depending on where you live in even within a state, because Texas is so big. But where I live more out on the countryside. So people are extremely kind around here, and they do a lot of things that, for example, people would not be doing when I was living in California. As an example, there is construction nearby where I live, and the road always has backed up traffic. But one thing that's really kind is that if anyone is turning into the traffic, every second car lets the person turn in. I am so impressed by that fact that that works. But where I live, because everyone has this nicer, you know, like a much nicer kind of mental idea about that. If you are like trying to turn into traffic, every second person lets you do it. And I have not once ever not been allowed in when I come up. Not even once. It has not happened to me one time while living in specifically my area. It happened the first time today. The first time it had ever happened was today, where I was not allowed in. And there was a woman, she was driving, and I was ready to turn, and she looked me dead in the eye, turned over to the left towards looking at the road, and then I started to like move my car forward, and then she immediately closed the gap and stood as close as she could to the next car, and she was doing this with like a dead face. And then she passes me, and then the next guy right behind her is stopped and then like waving to let me go in, because, you know, that's what everyone does around here. And when I get turned in and I see the back of the car, I see an Illinois license plate. And I literally looked at Maisie and I said, "Get out of my state."
The first time anyone hasn't been kind and let someone in driving where I am right here, and it was an out-of-state person, I was like, get out. If you're gonna be here, be kind. And I don't know why, but after I said it, I was like, that's the most American thought I have ever had. I cannot confirm if Illinois drivers are good or bad. I haven't been in Illinois, and I don't see many Illinois drivers where I live in Texas. Most of the out-of-state plates around here are usually from Oklahoma or Arkansas, so I can't confirm how people drive in Illinois because, like I said, that was the first one I've interacted with. I will just say, based upon how much space he left behind the other drivers, how she was driving, how she was hopping lanes, and how she wouldn't let people in, it was not kind driving. I can only judge it upon that one driver because I've not driven in Illinois. From this one driver, it was not like countryside Texas driving, I'll tell you that much. What do you think, chat? How is it? Terrible, terrible, bad. Yeah, when I lived closer to Frisco, Frisco has a lot more tech jobs, so there was a lot of Californians there with a lot of Californian license plates. I definitely noticed a driving difference in between that as well when I was there. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, it's. I find it to be. I think it's so interesting when you think about it, not in terms of a mean perspective, more just like, because I know, trust me, there are certain things that Texas drivers does that I do not like, that I think Swedes, for example, do way better. And I'm sure there's other states that does it better too, but, I think it's so interesting how it's not just food culture. I think people forget and see Americans see America as one thing, while foreigners see America as almost 50 different countries. Because I think even though it's the same language, I think people forget that a lot of people truly have a culture in certain states, and the way that you are raised, or the way that you have, or the way that you are taught, or the customs and how you behave or talk or greet people or drive. It's a lot of small things that I think you don't really think of until you move and you notice the difference of how others are.
Yeah. Oh.
Good night, Fishy. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you staying up. Hope you had a good time. There are a few driving habits that I picked up on when living in California that I really should try and get rid of. There is specifically one driving technique that I learned when living in California, and I try not to use it. I think I've only used it maybe like 3 or 4 times in Texas, but is something that is a necessity when living in California. And anyone who lives in California will know what I'm talking about. I don't know if there's an official name for it, but I made up my own name for it. I call it the California Jiggle. This is what it is. In California, with how busy the traffic is and how packed the roads are and the highways, people do not let you in. You will literally come up on a ramp, and there's literally, like, you have to be let on because there's nowhere to go, and still drivers does not want to let you on. Or if you have to change lanes to make an exit, people will not let it happen.
So what I learned after being there for a while is the one way you basically are able to be let in, because people do not let you in otherwise, even if you have your turn signal on, because people will actively see you have a turn signal, then close the gap for God knows what reason. This is what you have to do if you live in California, in a big city like LA. California jiggle. This is what it is. You turn on your turn signal, wait for someone to let you in. If they don't, you quickly jiggle the car to the right, then straight. Because you did that quick motion to the right, the person right of you gets scared and actually finally slows down to give you the space, and then you turn in. So you do like a... And then the person goes, ah! Brakes. Then you can be let in. Because they get scared that you're just turning in, you know, like, no matter what. And that's pretty much what you're literally forced to do. You will miss every exit if you do not do that when you live in LA. Trust me, as someone who live there. You have to do a little jiggle. It's terrible. I absolutely despise it. And even though, like, I do a tiny bit just with a tiny motion, sometimes, like, there's Californian drivers who will just straight up not do the jiggle, but just go for it, assuming you will give them the thing. It's terrifying. But anyways, it's like one thing that I noticed, and I don't see it in Texas. But it's something that I've only done a few times ever, because I literally keep it as a last resort, because I hate doing it. But like I said, only seen it in California, so I call it the California jiggle. No, you don't. My parents don't do that, Linkus. You don't know the unspoken rule. Okay, can you please inform me how when you're in downtown, when you're closer to downtown LA and you have to go onto the main 105 in rush hour, how your unspoken rules gets you from the left to the right? Please inform me. Is it called a 101? It's been so long since I lived there. You know which one. If you live in LA, you know what road I'm talking about. Yeah, 40. Oh, that's why I'm mixing it up. The 405 and the 101. Thank you. Yeah, I was mixing it up with the 105. Exactly. Yep, that's it. Yeah. Do you do a wave when someone... Of course, if anyone shows me any kindness on the road, I always take up my hand. Or give them a nod. And if I'm actually able to see them, I give them a big smile. Same thing with... This was something I had to get used to in LA, because people in LA looked at me weirdly when I did this. Because remember, I moved straight from Sweden into LA. I did not have an in-between. When I moved to LA, when I would be walking on the sidewalk or I would be walking in a place, I would nod to everybody. And people got really weirded out by that. Because I'm so used to, if you see someone, like I'm walking down, for example, the side of the road or something like that, and then like it kind of happens that like we happen to connect eyes, I go, you know? But dude, they look at me like, what did you just do? They look at you like you just terrify them, like you did something illegal. Because when you happen to connect eyes, I nodded and smiled instead of doing this. Because that's literally what Californians do. If you happen to accidentally make eye contact, Californians just... like it never happened. Gotta look away. Well, so what I learned to do is I didn't stop nodding and smiling, but I basically learned to, I guess, look differently when I walked on the streets because people would legitimately almost look offended when I did that. But because I think like when I lived in Sweden, if I'm walking and I see someone come, then when they're, it's not something you're taught. It's just, and if you live in a small place, you might understand what I'm trying to say about this. This is not something you're taught or told by your parents. It's just something that you just do because you see other people do it. So you just learn to do this, which is that when someone is a certain distance away from you and you're about to pass them as you're walking, I will naturally, I never realized I did this until I moved to LA and it was weird. People just naturally kind of when you're a certain distance away from them, you're about to pass them, you just look at them because you know that the other person is about to look at you and then you smile and nod. Or if it's like even smaller, like let's say it's in a small village or something, then, or a very small place, then you might even say hi. But yeah, no, people do not have that reflex for sure. Do you do that in Texas now? Oh yeah, of course. Because I live a little bit more out on the countryside, people here genuinely have that nice southern hospitality. One thing I've also noticed, and this is something I really try and make an effort in doing, is that a lot of the time I will see that fast food workers don't seem too happy at times, especially if it's around rush hour and they're stressed. So anytime I'm like in a drive-through or I go up to any employee at all, I try and have like a really big, genuine, nice smile and be like really, really happy, because I've noticed that a lot of people will like look and then they will kind of snap out of their mind being stressed for just a second and like have a genuine smile back. And I think that's really sweet. So yeah, I try and smile and be nice to everyone I meet and interact with. I don't think it will ever let me put it this way. Smiling and being kind never makes someone's day worse. It will either make no difference or make them happier. So you are guaranteed to have a net positive or a net zero. It won't be negative. By just smiling or being kind. As a former fast food worker, you might actually make them angry. Okay, I think if you think that, I think you're misunderstanding how my smile is, okay? There is a smile you can show of appreciation, and there is a smile you can show of like, that's freaking right, I'm about to eat and you're working. Piece of shit. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not saying I'm smiling with a grin of like, oh yeah, I'm about to eat food and you're having to work. I'm not talking about a smile like that. I just mean like a gratitude, happy smile. That does not, just because you see, hey, I did something for someone, even if it was for work, and they seem genuinely really appreciative of this, that does not make you bad. Like that. There is a big difference between the different kinds of smile you can have. I missed the heart piece? Oh no. What am I ever going to do? Hit them with a snarky smile like the clown from It? Hi, Georgie. We all swim down here. Maybe I should just drive up to drive-thrus, and then when they give me my food, I'll just be like,
Precious. Ah, yes. Ah, Big Mac. How have I been waiting for you?
I thought I was hearing an AI text-to-speech for a second. I'll actually take that as a compliment. Yeah, let's remember to actually do the split this time for the spider. And let's hope I get the frame perfect input and I finally can get the warp to work. Because, I mean, yeah, we're 0 for 2 in terms of successful attempts. Are you kidding me? I don't know what just happened. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, here we go. Let's see. Can we finally get a good run going? Here we go. Okay. Come on, dude! I'm getting so fast with building the tower, I'm not even kidding. I could still get a sub 40 even with a second try build, I'm realizing. Yeah. All right. Let me do it one time just to make sure that I know the timing. I don't need to practice this build, I don't think, anymore. But yeah, let me just make sure I can actually get it, because I, for some reason, failed the timing now twice in a row, and I want to make sure I can get it. So let me do this quickly. Hold on. Why do I get it on the first try when the timer is not running? Did I forget to hit pause, select the second time? I think I did. It's actually just going to be a normal warp. Oops. Nice. All right. Let's do it again. I miss Wind Waker. All right, I'm gonna go pee. I can't believe I actually missed it. I'm always so fast usually. Can't believe I lost 5 seconds on bathroom break. That's crazy. All right. Oops. All right. Let's do this. Smooch Kaboom isn't even bad with the tool. Ugh. Paw storage is not the same as this. I mean, you walk around in paw storage like you do in this one, but like... The reason you want to do paw storage in Wind Waker is that so you have the option to save the game when the game is running. So that means that you can do paw storage, enter a loading zone to be into a cutscene, then click save and exit, and then reload the game. And that lets you skip the cutscene because you're able to somehow save and exit it after having entered it. While this method that we do here, it's more for being able to... It's more used in this case to be able to... I mean, you can use it in the same way, but for when it comes to the rung work, it's the fundamental same principle of playing the game while the boss menu is open, but we use it for the advantage of... we use it for the advantage of... being able to basically point... We're basically able to tell the game, hey, don't use the normal value that you're supposed to do when you warp somewhere. Use this other value instead. And because we're in two menus at once, we're able to do that, and the game goes, okay, let's warp into this value. And in the overworld case, we don't specifically tell it what value to warp to. Instead, we say, hey, warp us. And then the game uses like two random just junk values. And that will determine where you go. But most of the time, that ends up being Zora River. And then sometimes that ends up being somewhere else in the overworld. Or a crash/no warp. Meaning it's an invalid number. But usually if it's a valid number, it ends up being the beach. Finish the game so I can finally watch you run it. Nice. Well, hopefully I'll be able to get the tricks figured out so that we can get to endgame and I can show you a full run. Because it's really fun if we get past the tower defense split. But yeah, I think in terms of any percent, once I get a good sub 40 time, I think unless something new is found, I'm going to switch to running longer categories. Because I don't know how much... I don't think I can keep grinding any percent. This category is getting very stale. Oh yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a low percent category that does not allow run warps. Yo, Maddie, thank you for the 5 gifties. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the pats. Thank you so much. Everybody just got a gifted sub. I hope you guys enjoy the emotes. I fucking love Breath of the Wild Hundo. I think it's going to be a fun time to return. I definitely think we have a good chance to be able to hit the goal because you know how, like, if you get a big sub drop, it's like... You know how if you have a big sub drop, when it's been 1 month since that happened, it's like, uh-oh. Well, we still got another about, like 3 weeks before that hit, so, I think we're able to hit it. And for everybody who is for everybody here in chat who loves America, which I know all of you do, you'll also be happy to note that probably about 80% of all subs go towards my saving up for April's tax fund at the moment. So you're pretty much just like, you're pretty much really supporting America right now too. I told Maisie that I'm going to start starting next year. I'm going to start doing quarterly payments in America because and that's why I'm already starting to like prepare for it because I want to file early next year. I don't want to like have to file in April because I'm so used to as self-employed to be like, all right, for the last like usually what has happened historically is that like January comes around and I'm like, okay, ramen for 3 months, let's go, and then I like try and like spend $0 and it's super stressful for like 3 months to get it up and I'm like, okay, we're good. But I cannot take that stress anymore, dude. So from now on, I'm definitely gonna start just doing quarterly so I don't have to keep worrying about it every time April comes around. Historically, well, sorry, but I just mean like I pretty much did the same in... Actually, I did not do the same in Sweden because Sweden mandated that you did it every month. But the 2 years in America have done it. I mean, I definitely do have write-offs when it comes to video games, but I'm gonna be honest, compared to maybe some other video game streamers, you'll be shocked by how little write-offs I truly have of video games, because I am a speedrunner. Do you want to know what the biggest cost I had of video games last year was? Controllers. That was my biggest expense, because I don't play many new games. I pretty much don't play new games. So what that means is that as the year goes on, right, I will occasionally buy a new game I stream, but I generally speedrun, meaning I just play the same game over and over and over again. So since I'm not a variety streamer who just keeps buying $60 games, you know, over and over and over again, what I actually end up having is like a write-off will be like very little, actually. Like I don't have that many. It'll be like, okay, I went to 1 or 2 gaming events in the year. That's $1,000 or $2,000. And then I'll be like, okay, and then I had maybe in between $300 to $500 in controllers, and I had like a few hundred in games, and that's it. Like, it ain't much.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, this game is a new Zelda game. It got released last month. It's been out for like 3 weeks. Do you know what I've noticed legitimately online a lot? I have been shocked by finding out that I think a lot of people do not understand, and I'm not saying you guys specifically, maybe some of you this applies to, but I just mean as like the general public as a whole. I have been shocked at how little people actually know about taxes, because I've realized as I've spent time here that when people hear write-off, they think that like if I buy something for $100, then I can write off $100 for my taxes. A lot of people just think that's the case, and that's why it's beneficial to, for example, like, oh, he's only giving money to charity to do a write-off. And I'm like, I don't think people quite understand it. It just means that I don't have to pay taxes on that $100. So like, you know, it counts as that $100 wasn't income. So, you know, I didn't have to pay maybe $25, you know, if I had a 25% tax bracket on the hundo. But it doesn't mean that I saved $100 on taxes. And because I had to give away the $100 or spend the $100, I still overall lost money in terms of like, if I don't donate, let's say, for example, I don't donate to charity, right? If I don't donate to charity, I will have more money at the end. Versus if I gave away $100 to charity and then I wrote that off, it will still have overall cost me more. So even though like theoretically we might look at it and go like, well, it's a small benefit, sure, but like it's still a good deed. You're still losing money. Only exception being, sure, ultra rich could make their own charity and probably find some circumvention on that. I can believe that. I'm just saying for your general person, your general streamer, write-offs are nice, but they are not as good as you will think they are. It does not make that big of a tax difference. If you want to think about it more simply, you can think that basically, whenever you buy something, it will save, if you spend money on a write-off, it will save you 25% of 20 to 25% of what you spent, not the value of what you spent it on. Smallland had a really long rant about this a while ago, did he? I could see that. I'm sure the larger creator you are, the more annoying comments you get about it too. But writing off something that you were going to buy anyways is why people talk about it. I mean, that can be true, however, like, I get that it can happen more often when you are a content creator and it happened to also be your hobby. But I hope you understand that a lot of people who say that they write something off is either A, joking, or B, just straight up committing tax fraud. Like, I have heard content creators, both jokingly and seriously, been like, oh yeah, I bought this thing and I showed it off and used it on stream one time so I could do it as a write-off. That's not okay. Like, legally speaking, that would be the same as if you were a normal employee and you just wrote something off you shouldn't have, just because you brought it to work one time. Unless it is primarily used, like almost exclusively for work, should not be a write-off, and you're just simply committing fraud by writing it off if that's the case. So, like, when it comes to, like, I'll tell you this right now, I'll tell you something about my write-offs when living here, right? If I buy a video game and I stream it, I will write that off my taxes, absolutely. However, Silent Hill 2, I don't ever plan on streaming that game. I will not put that on my taxes. Could I probably do it because it's a video game? Yes. Would they probably question it? Probably not. Am I being overly cautious? Sure. But because I don't want to do, I don't want to do anything wrong. You're not supposed to write it off. So, like, just because I, like, quickly play something or I just used it, like, can you write it off and probably get away with it? Sure. But, like, you're still just committing tax fraud. There's no way around it. Like, you know, just because I happen to stream it a little bit, it would be like if I buy a random super exclusive console for $1,000 and then I go ahead and I use it an hour on stream and then exclusively otherwise use it off stream, that is 100% still a personal thing. You might be able to argue that you could write off a percent of the object because it is percentage wise. So, like, when it comes to, for example, like, my internet, I upgraded my internet to a much higher tier because I need it for streaming and not outside of casual thing. So I wrote off a small percentage of it, which is the additional thing I had to do as an upgrade that can only be used for work. But I don't write off my whole internet thing because I clearly use my internet a lot off stream. So that would clearly be kind of fishy when I, like, work from home to be like, yeah, write off my internet. And there's like, what? Honestly, I don't even know if I pay taxes or not. If I don't work, do I pay any? Well, if you don't have any income, then if you don't have the income, you don't pay. Or if your income is very low. America is pretty generous about that. Sweden starts making you pay taxes once you've made $1,700 in 1 year. In the United States, I think that limit is in the high thousands, if I'm not mistaken. So if you make no money because you don't have a job, you make very little, then you don't pay taxes. But yeah, in Sweden, it's $1,700 a year. But yeah, like I said, I think it's close to 10,000, I think, until America starts taxing you. And even then, trust me, it's going to be very low taxed, so yeah. But if you're a normal W-2 employee, you don't really have to worry that much about your taxes, because, like, unless you have a side hustle, pretty much how your experience will be once you start filing taxes will be this. And this probably will change in the future because they're trying to implement an automatic system, thankfully. But if you just have a normal job and you don't have a side hustle that brings income, your general process will be this. At the end of the year, your employer will give you a W-2, and it states exactly how much money you made from your job and how much money were paid in taxes. And that thing has also been given to the IRS. You go online, and you put in exactly those numbers. And then you're done. Like, it's not a lot, and you can automatically like put on the standard deductible, and because you get the standard deductible, you will get a tax return because your employer usually does a little bit extra, and he also doesn't assume that you're going to get a deductible. And if you don't have write-offs personally, you can still do a standard deductible of around 12,000, so you will get a little bit more money back, and it's pretty simple and straightforward. But yeah, like I said, if you have like a side hustle because you're self-employed, it will be more. And it will be, that's when it starts to get tricky, and I think it's very fair to complain about how obviously silly it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, here we go. Here we go, chat. Focus time. Please, please let me get this trick, and please also give me good RNG.
Hello? Okay, for some reason the tower is not working? What the hell? Did I swear to God I picked up both rocks and dropped them, so they shouldn't be able to be a pixel inside of each other. Okay, I have no idea why that first build did not work. Straight up, zero clue. If it works, though, we can still get a sub 40, but I did lose a good amount of time there. Let's see if we can get a good warp at least, and I can at least have a run to end game. Okay. Very sad time loss. Zero clue why that happened. I actually don't know, because it was clearly not the base build, because it worked the second time. But hey, at least we have a run going. And if I am able to get the endgame strats deathless, I can still get a sub 40. With decent RNG. Yeah, it's random every warp when you do that one on the overworld. The reason I unlocked this warp right here is because if you do a warp inside of the Lost world, then you can use a second warp to actually tell the game what value to use, and we can do consistent run warps. So that first one is RNG. This one that brings you to the end of the game is, however, consistent. Oh yeah, if you want to avoid spoilers, then this is when we go to the end of the game. Hopefully, but should be. All right. All right, I don't have the lead. So if I wouldn't have failed that, I would have been able to take one small death. Now, I mean, I can take a super quick small death theoretically, but if it's a bigger one, then sub 40 is dead. So we need to have a pretty clean end game here. So let's see how it goes. This is when the run gets really hard. It is both really difficult for the setups to make it somewhat consistent, and it's partially RNG based, so. I was too far to the right. Shit. Okay, at least I got it on the Lionel. We can keep going. Okay, we'll take it. Only lost like 10 seconds to that, roughly. That's not too bad. Good. Alright, let's see if we can get a first try soft lock skip. I lose 30 seconds each time I miss this, and it's frame perfect.
That sucks. All right. Now I have to officially not make any more mistakes. Or get a stupid good boss fight. All right, second try, we'll take it. Okay. Not too bad. All right. Here we go. Still sub 40 pace. Spoilers? Yeah, this is going to be spoilers for the final fight, if you don't want to see them. Alright, here we go. Come on. Good boss, good gameplay, good RNG. Nice. Really clean first face. Nice. What are you doing, Link? So clean so far. Oh, clean! And Link is actually attacking him too. Link. Link, please. Okay, perfect up until the end. And then Link decided to hang out. Anyways, it's still very fast. I probably lost like 5 seconds there to Link deciding to just attack the wall. But up until that point, that was perfect. That was the fast. I know for a fact, based on my segment, the fastest first cycle I've ever done before is a 2:08. So that was the new fastest time I've ever gotten for the first phase. Because that was a 204. Probably could have been a 2 flat or sub 2 if Link was not just, you know, jumping against the wall. All right, here we go. Damn it. Please. Nice. 2 cycle. What was that? Link! It's fine. We got this. It's gonna be good from now on. Link, do not get in my way. That sucks. That attack, dude. Oh, no, I'm getting a 3 cycle here now. Oh, that stinks. That's unlucky. Kind of impressive that attack hit me, to be honest with you. Oh, come on, don't switch. Link, come on. There we go. Dude. All right, here we go. Time for the scary stuff to start. Not good. Not good. Come on. Please. Target the orb! It was the closest enemy to me! Target the orb. I lost it. Oh my god! Oh my god! Dude! 7 targets for the closest hand! This game has the worst targeting system I have ever experienced in my whole life. It is genuinely impressive. Link. Please. Oh my god, wait. Wait. Please. 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 Oh, okay, we finally got it. GG, 39.56. Oh my god, finally a PB. And finally sub 40. It does not change our position on the leaderboard. We're still 6th, but at least we got a sub 40. Oh my goodness, dude, I cannot believe we still got it. We can PB by so much if we don't get screwed over. Oh my goodness. Oh, dude, we lost a minute to building the tower. We lost like a solid 1 minute probably on Link being silly and 30 seconds on the soft lock skip. But I finally didn't die on the final fight, which clutched it up. Oh, finally. Finally the sub 40, dude. Oh. I thought that mid phase in between the second to third phase was going to be the end of me. Oh. Thank goodness. We did it. Did you guys see when I was trying to target the top left arm? I literally like I want to almost go back and count how many times I pressed target before I picked the right arm. Dude. I was like, I'm just gonna stand still and keep pressing. It was like, boop, 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 boop. I think, because the thing is, the thing that surprises me about the targeting system is that you would either assume that they would either have it so that it's focused upon the main objective. That's what a lot of Zelda games do. Sometimes it will target a boss instead of its weak spot, for example. Or it will prioritize targeting an enemy that is attacking you. So it's like, you know, targeted against you. Or it focuses just on who is the closest. This game does not prioritize who is the closest, which is really weird. It does not prioritize what the target is, because obviously the arm would be the target in that case, and it does not focus on that. And sometimes it doesn't even focus, and then if there's nothing that's aggravating you, I don't know what it goes after. I really don't know, because sometimes it will do something that's not aggressive against me further away than the thing that is aggro, and closer. So I don't know if it just randomly picks something. I have no idea. It's really weird. But no matter what, at least we got through it. You know, normally I would go offline after getting a PB, and I don't really want to do too much more early game, to be honest with you, but it's only 5:46, and after stream, I was gonna go to the grocery store, but I don't want to leave right now anyways, because it's still rush hour. It's gonna be rush hour until like 6:30. Y'all know how it is in America. So I'll do another run. I'll run it back, see if we can get an even better sub 40, because like, why not? I'll take 1 or 2 more early games. See if we can get a better PB. Don't want to go during rush hour anyways. So, check out that targeting system. Oh yeah, let me count how many times I targeted. Okay, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on. I gotta do this in slow motion. Hold on. Okay, let's see how many times I targeted here. You know what? I will show this on stream. I will literally take it up on stream, and we can see how many times the game decided to not target the thing that was the closest to me. When there is nothing that is trying to do an attack either. Alright, here we go. Let's see. Okay, slow motion. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 targets. Not only was it 10 targets before I targeted what I wanted, it doesn't even follow a logic like it's like going through a cycle, because look at what it's targeting, okay? Look at this. It targets the top arm, then it targets the main body, then it targets my spider, then it targets Link, then it targets this arm, then it targets Link, then it targets my spider, then it targets the right arm, then his body, then it. So it's not like it's even going through a cycle of like targeting everything in an order. Dude, I don't know, man. This targeting system is messed up. Anyways. Let's do another run. At least we got a sub 40. Unaku, I will accept that comment and say this. If you're telling me, as a basically world record holder or top 2 runner, that the game always targets what you look at, and it never targets the wrong thing when you're looking in the direction where you want to target, then I will accept defeat. But if you claim that, I will pull up your VOD right now, and I will look at what you've been looking at and how much you target the right thing. And we'll see. All right, let's start this in 3, 2, 1, go. I usually try and jump then target, which works most of the time until it doesn't. Yeah, that sounds about right. Like, obviously, I've noticed on the first phase of the final boss fight that if you look for certain things, it's more consistent. But I agree with the word until it doesn't. Like, you can do some things that makes it a little bit more nice to you. So I try and, like, be close to what I'm trying to target and, like, look in general the direction of it. But it will still sometimes be like, oh, you're looking... Like, this is how I think the targeting system works, okay? Hear me out. I think I wouldn't even be shocked if it's random. Because even though it works if you're closer to something and you're looking at something, it almost feels like it's like this. Okay, hi, I'm Zelda. I'm looking at the direction towards an arm. And then the game goes, okay, within targeting area, Link is currently looking towards 3 objects. There's an arm close to him, there's an arm far away, and there's a body. And then it's like it's random which one it picks. So obviously you can avoid certain things being targeted by not looking at them or being really far away. But what gets picked when you're looking towards it is just, it feels so random to me. Oh yeah, casually, I tried not to target ever. I just literally tried to look in the direction I wanted to use the ability and just used it. The thing about the targeting being bad that frustrates me, if I'm being honest with you, I think is like, it's one of those things where Zelda has had a good targeting system since literally Ocarina of Time. So I don't understand how it goes from having a good system for over 20 years to being more broken than the first 3D Zelda game ever released. Like, how do you break a system that's been working for 20 plus years? That's what I don't get. Because like I said, they can, even if they went with a super simple system of literally prioritizing, like, oh hey, let's make it priority 1 if something focuses on you to try and attack you. That's where your target should be. Then we go by proximity. That would make sense. It would be annoying sometimes, but it makes sense. Or if the priority system was, okay, whatever is closest to you is what we'll target. And that's it. We don't care about anything else. That would also make sense, because then you would learn how targeting works and you can follow it. The problem with this system is that it feels random. And because it doesn't follow one rule, you can't just adjust and get used to, oh, that's how targeting works in this game. And the thing that makes it the worst out of any game is that unlike other games where you might only have to worry about 1 or 2 enemies that you can target, in this game, you can literally target every object. Every object, every echo you spawn, which can be up to like 6 of them, and Link in the end, but etc., can be targeted. So that's why it gets extra bad. Because it's not like a normal Zelda game and it's only the enemies, and you might have up to 3 enemies in one room to worry about. This game has so much more, because it's like every pod, every box, every object, every echo you spawn can be interacted with. So it's so crucial that targeting is good. They even removed the controls from us. Like, if you go back to the old Zelda games, they usually always have targeting to be either hold or switch. They even removed the option to switch in between hold or switch. So we got, not only did we get a worse targeting system, we got less features involved in it too. Do you think Nintendo will patch targeting? No. Would you agree that targeting is good for a casual playthrough, dude? I don't have a problem with it until I started running the game. I would not I did not enjoy targeting casually either. I straight up avoided targeting. Unless I had to. I would rather turn Zelda to face the object I needed to control, then shoot the beam, then trying to press target. Because since it wasn't always seamless, I actively avoided it. So I think the reason you might not feel that it was bad casually is just because you weren't actively trying to use it all the time. To the back streets some go
Yeah. Oh.
If you mean Zelda roguelike as in Age of Calamity and Hyrule Warriors. I did play Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, but I did not play the first one. I will say it's an okay game. I don't really like that type of video game. Link, are you okay? Oh, yeah, sorry. I started to have an AirPod in and listening to music when I'm in intro now because... I can't take it. So usually what I do now when I do runs is I'm just jamming and not paying attention for the first 11 minutes. And then I start fully paying attention 11 minutes in. Which song is playing right now? Welcome to Paradise. Yeah, Green Day. I'm still holding out hope that Minish Cap and Oracle games will be remade in this engine. I really believed that they were going to after making the Link's Awakening engine and the game selling decently well. However, I'm not so certain anymore because they made Echoes of Wisdom. Because I thought that's what they've been working on since we got Link's Awakening because it was such a long gap. But like I said, now I'm not so sure. Now, depending on how well Echoes of Wisdom sold, maybe if it outdid what Nintendo could have ever expected, they'll go like, oh crap, let's make more 2D Zeldas. But I don't know if Echoes of Wisdom did as insanely well. Let's see here. Let's see here. Echoes of Wisdom sold 200,000 copies in Japan physically over the opening weekend. I don't know if we have more updated sales numbers. I don't know if they've released any. I think that's the only thing we know. But yeah, I mean, we will get the actual number of how well it sold when the next quarter is over. So Nintendo has to do a financial report to their shareholders. But until then, I doubt we'll know. But yeah, I mean, according to Nintendo, let's see here. Link's Awakening, which got released in 2019, sold in total, after all was said and done, in 2021, when they gave us the final report for Link's Awakening, it had sold 5.49 million copies. So 5 million after that long. So I guess we'll see how well Echoes of Wisdom does. It's pretty good. I mean, like, the thing about it is the numbers looks really weird now when I look at Zelda games, because Zelda games have never sold as insanely well as, for example, Mario. The only exception to that rule is Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Those are the only Zelda games that have completely outdone it, and they outdid all other Zelda games so much that I promise you, if you wonder like why Nintendo doesn't want to go back to traditional, even though trust me, I would love a traditional one. I think the reason they won't go back to full traditional and they want to at least do part open world is just because it's clear that the general public much more prefers a Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom style game than the old school ones. Yeah, I think that you could maybe do well if you did a like Tears, Twilight Princess. You could make Twilight Princess slightly different yet open world. Does that make sense? If you play Twilight Princess and you think about it, Twilight Princess has a lot of open areas in its Hyrule Fields around all the stuff, but still kept the traditional dungeons. They would definitely have to put more collectibles and things to do around the world, but you can definitely still hold a little bit of a similarity to how a game like TP would be. And do a hybrid like that. But yeah, Zelda franchise sales. Let's sort by sales. So here we go. The best-selling game was Breath of the Wild, which sold a total of 33 million copies. So Breath of the Wild sold 33 million copies. In second place, we got Tears of the Kingdom with 20 million. In third place, we have Ocarina of Time at 14 million, which is considered, you know, like the best Zelda game, according to a lot of people. Then we got Link's Awakening at 12 million. That one is definitely inflated because that includes both the remake and the original. So let's just keep the one version. Oh, wait, yeah. So I'm just going to keep the one version to keep it simple, actually, for now. Okay, so let's just keep it simple and include non-remakes, actually. Sorry, Ocarina of Time included both the N64 and 3DS version. My bad. Let me read one release at a time, okay? Number 1 is Breath of the Wild at 32 million. Number 2 is Tears of the Kingdom at 20 million. Number 3 is Twilight Princess. That one does combine automatically Wii and GameCube because of how they reported it, but it's the same game. It's not a remake, so I think it's fair to include both. Twilight Princess sold 8 million. Ocarina of Time is fourth with the N64 release at 7.6 million. But anyways, I'm sure you can hear, even without reading the list more, that Breath of the Wild's 32 million, Tears of the Kingdom is 20 million, and then the next place literally goes down to 8 million. I know what you're gonna say, but Linkus, there's more gamers now. But Linkus. Yes, that's why Twilight Princess is also, by the way, so high, because it includes the Nintendo Wii, which did about as well as the Switch. That's why the Twilight Princess is so much higher. So, obviously, I understand you can't just completely do a one-to-one comparison because some consoles have sold better than others. So, if you compare it to how well the console did versus how much it sold, you can get how many percentage of owners of the console bought the game. I'm just saying that in terms of Nintendo looking at it, in both the percentage metric and how well it sold, open world clearly interests a bigger demographic. Even if you take the factors into an account, it might not be as much as as much of a factor as 3x amount if you take the sale of the console into an account, but it is still, by all metrics, financially smarter for Nintendo to stick to part open world. But yeah, I'll read off the numbers of best-selling right now. Once again, I'll do each version, not combined with a remake, because some games that hasn't gotten a remake obviously would be a disadvantage. Breath of the Wild, 32. Tears of the Kingdom, 20. Twilight Princess, 8. Ocarina of Time, 7. Link's Awakening Switch, 6. Original Zelda 1, 6. Ocarina of Time 3D, 6. Phantom Hourglass, 4, A Link to the Past, 4, Wind Waker, 4, Adventure of Link, 4, Link Between Worlds, 4, Skyward Sword HD, 4, Oracle of Seasons and Ages, 3.9, Link's Awakening GB 3.8, Skyward Sword 3.6, Majora's Mask 3D 3.4, Majora's Mask 3.3, Spirit Tracks 2.9. You get the point. It's dropping here heavily. My point being is that according to Nintendo, they definitely actually see Link's Awakening Switch as a success, which is probably why they greenlit Echoes of Wisdom. Because, yes, it came out on the Switch, which is a very popular console, but even with that in mind, according to them, Link's Awakening and the Switch is literally in the top 5 best-selling Zelda games. And it showed them that, yes, if you compare Link's Awakening 6 million to, you know, for example, Tears of the Kingdom's 20 million, is it the same? No. But in terms of, like, sales, it's still a really good game for them in terms of sales. So I'll say when it comes to Echoes of Wisdom, if they want to make more games like this, it will really depend on how much it sells. I think if it sells close to 8 million or more, I can guarantee you we're getting another one. And maybe even a remake of the Oracle games. But if this game ends up selling maybe like 4 or 5 million, then I will highly doubt they're gonna prioritize it, even if in the future they eventually do it. Yeah, exactly. I promise you, since Nintendo is a company, they definitely look at that too. The development time of Link's Awakening Switch was definitely way shorter and way cheaper than making a whole new game like Breath of the Wild that took them, what was it? Oh god, it's like 7 or 8 years to make. And then even Tears of the Kingdom took them forever to make, so yeah. I'll also say, this also proves to Nintendo, and I think to the whole gaming industry as a whole, it should prove that this is why Nintendo will make us wait 7 years for new Zelda games, because even though it sucks to wait so long for the next Zelda game, it's apparent that gamers do truly value quality over rushing a game out. And I will say, even though I hate how long it takes for Zelda games to come out, I'm very happy that Nintendo sticks to their guns with that and don't rush out like a lot of Western companies do. I'm so tired of video games coming out and being buggy, terrible messes, or just feeling like you were misled, that it was not the game that you were expecting. If only that applied to Pokemon. Well, remember, Pokemon is not Nintendo. Pokemon is Game Freak, and Nintendo just has the right, like the exclusive publishing rights. The Pokemon company is still their own thing. I actually think that there's a very simple explanation why Pokemon games are rushed. It's just like Call of Duty. And I mean that. I think it is a super fair comparison to say that. People will buy the same Call of Duty year after year when the only difference is a few more guns and a few more maps. People will, even if it's not great, people buy the same FIFA game over and over again if it is not great, because it has a few more players you can use. Pokemon, people buy the same game over and over again every year, as long as there's a few more Pokemon and it's a little bit new. So as long as we keep buying the new Pokemon games, they will continue to make quick, easy turnaround Pokemon games. I'm not saying that, by the way, to shame chat. I buy every single new Pokemon game. But there's one small difference in between me and I think people online. Scarlet and Violet was the first new Pokemon game I did not enjoy. I loved Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. I genuinely liked Pokemon Sword and Shield. Do I think it could have been better around the edges? Of course, but I liked those games. So, like, I even had fun with Legends of Arceus, even if it got a little bit bland after a while. But yeah, Scarlet and Violet was the first game that I played where I was like, actually, I think this is boring. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, yes. I talked to Dry about it because now I started speedrunning again, so there's more VODs that can be turned into daily videos. The daily channel is actually coming back. The only reason we didn't upload videos was because since I was so busy with the wedding and everything like that, and I was streaming less, and most of the streams I was doing was for content that was going on main. There just wasn't really content to edit, but now there is. Please. Please, 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 please. Come on, please. Please. I think I just got a crash. I hate this game. This game is so bad. What a fun category. You know what's so fun? Because we're not rushing to any decisions, I get to enjoy the intro another time. Alright, let's do another run. This will probably be my last run of the day. This is my last one or second last one, depending on how the next run goes. 3, 2, 1, go. Yo, thank you, Geggy. I appreciate it. Yeah, so that rung warp, if you actually pull off the rung warp setup, then it is completely random where you actually end up. And right there, I just got bad RNG. The second rung warp is consistent. The first one, though, is straight RNG. So it's basically, you have to do a really hard, you have to build that tower. You have to do a frame-perfect trick in 60 FPS. And if you get all of that, then you just pray to RNGesus that he gives you the warp you need. That is literally the trick. You cannot bomb hover in this game now. This is like the Tears of the Kingdom intro, but worse. Yeah. Okay, Unaku. Don't be the actually guy. That would be like if I sat down with Wind Waker and I'm like, actually, it's not technically random how much speed you lose when you go neutral, because technically it's based upon where in the swimming animation you are. If it is so precise that it is beyond what a human can ever know, it's random. Like, even if there's a deciding factor behind it that dictates what the outcome is, if it is beyond what a human can know, it's random. Even if it's based upon one thing that we just don't know. Oh, you mean it's not completely random where we end up because there's, well, okay. This is not an important thing that I need to argue, Naku, but I'm going to say this. If you roll a dice and you have a 70% chance that it works and a 30% chance it doesn't, even if you have a 70% chance that it does work, so it's skewed in your favor, it's still random if it works or not. It doesn't matter to me if getting a successful Morph Puppet Cannon skip is a 1 in 3 chance or a 2 in 3 chance. It's still completely random if it works. Oh, I see. You don't agree with the word completely. Okay. Your argument about the completely word. Okay, I thought you were trying to argue that the rogue warp was not random. I was like, what? Just because there's different odds for the outcome still makes it random. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. I was like, what are you talking about, man? But for anyone who's keeping score, though, even if it's weighted random, we have had a total now today of 4 attempts that have gotten the wrong warp. 3 did not work. 1 of them was a no warp, 1 was a wrong warp to the wrong spot, and then 1 was a crash, and then 1 actually worked as a wrong warp and took us to Seaside. So we've basically gotten 2 non-warps and 2 wrong warps, and then 1 of the wrong warps went to the correct spot. So, today's chances, this is not what the actual stats are, but today's chances have been a 25% success rate. I always find, yeah, I agree with like tree passes, like conclusion. I always think this is funny when sometimes when people actually me on stream, I'm like, okay, that makes sense. But I have had a couple of people when I've talked about RNG that have like been like rock solid 10-minute argument in chat. I'm not talking about you, Naku. I mean like other times when I'm doing Wind Waker and people are like, RNG is not random. It's a determined outcome. It's just made by a computer. And I'm like, in the universe, there is almost every time we thought something was random, it was just that we didn't understand what decided the outcome. Theoretically, there is no such thing as completely randomness. It is all reacting to something and having an outcome. And random to us is just that we are not able to predict the outcome. And that makes it random. So random is just outcomes we cannot predict. So I don't know why it's different when it comes to like good RNG. And when I say good RNG, I mean, like, I understand that RNG in a really old video game that uses a super basic knowledge that follows a specific pattern that is like 8-bit that can be manipulated. I understand that, yes, then you can technically make it not random, but like when you're coming up to the newer video games we are on, it is so versatile that it's not possible to predict the outcome. And if you can't predict the outcome, it is random. It doesn't matter if there is a logic behind how the outcome came to be, in my opinion. Thank you, Snacks. I appreciate it. Hope you're excited. I'll be doing a Wind Waker, or sorry, an Echoes of Wisdom speedrun explain video actually really soon. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that one of the ways that some computers generate RNG to be more random so that no one can actually break the code, if I remember correctly, there's a crazy thing you can buy for a computer where it has a radioactive isotope inside of the part, and it reads basically the neutrons that's being shot out due to the decay of that isotope, and that is the input that is deciding the random number generation, because then you can't just figure out the base and be able to break it. I mean, that's why, by the way, if you've ever been curious how we were able to solve Sploosh Kaboom, the reason Sploosh Kaboom is able to be solved is because even though you cannot know what the number exactly is, crap, what's the algorithm that it uses again? Oh my god, I can't remember the name of the algorithm. Oh, what's the algorithm called again? Oh my god, does anyone remember what the algorithm is called? It doesn't matter anyways. The algorithm that Wind Waker uses for its RNG is a very good algorithm. However, the thing that Nintendo did wrong is usually when you use that algorithm, and literally as part of the instructions for using the algorithm in programming, you are specifically told to use a different number as your base number for the equation. So it should be based upon, for example, your clock, or the internal system memory clock, or the RAM, or something like that. But what Nintendo did is they set it at 100. So it always starts at 100 and then runs it. Now, that being said, the numbers tick up so much every frame that you could not ever get the correct value as a human, ever. Even TAS does not go for the value. They simply just do the true method of save stating and changing the camera ever so slightly to load different objects until they get the outcome they want. However, what it allowed us to do to be able to break the Sploosh Kaboom, to be able to make a program is this. Here's how it was solved. I'll explain to you right now why that's the one exception that can be abused in Wind Waker and no other RNG elements can. Because we knew the algorithm that was used to determine RNG in Wind Waker, and we had the starting value, we can get the entire chain of all the random values. So that means that you were able to figure out the order in which the random RNG values were generated. And because we have the entire order of all the random RNG values that can be generated until it loops, which happens after a very long time, the community was able to figure out what order the Sploosh Kaboom boards appear in. So that means you actually have the order. So it doesn't then feel like random in the same way. So now you have the order of it. Yep, the Witchman Hill. Exactly. Thank you. Yeah. So it meant that the community was able to figure out that, okay, there's an order that is followed, and it's 600,000 different boards. It follows this order in which it's generated, and then it repeats it. So because we had the order, what we were able to do to be able to break it was not by figuring out what RNG value you're on. That's impossible due to how fast it's updating. No human can ever do that. Instead, what was figured out is very clever. Since you know the order in which the boards appear in, and there, I should also mention, in this like 600,000, in this like 600,000 thing, right? They do loop sometimes. So what you can do is start Sploosh Kaboom, play one board and throw it. Then put into basically a program or the spreadsheet what board you got. So you put, Doug wants to knock you up. What? Huh? I mean, he's a handsome man for sure, but I'm a little bit confused. There's a new Twitch feature called Knock. Oh. Okay, sure. How do I knock this up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um. I have no idea how to activate it. If I get like an invite or something, I can accept it, but I don't know how to... I don't know how to do that right now. Anyways, long story short, how Sploosh Kaboom was figured out, I'll give you the TLDR anyways. So because we knew that the boards always appeared in a different order, the way that it's done is you enter Sploosh Kaboom, you throw the first game, and then you input into the program what exact pattern you got. When that happens, the program basically finds that pattern and goes, oh, this is board 30,000. So then it generates a heat map of boards 30 to 40,000 as an example. So it generates a heat map based upon the next 10,000 boards, which might sound like a lot, but actually by just doing a few shots, it will immediately be able to figure out which board you're on. So instead of having to look at 600,000 plus boards, it only has to look at like maybe 10,000 and then, or 5,000, depending on the settings you use, depending on how confident you are doing it quickly, because it generates RNG values fast. And then you do a couple of shots, it's able to eliminate very quickly as each shot goes on, all of them. Because think about it. Think about, like, let's say 5,000 of the 10,000 boards have a squid in the middle because it's most likely to have one there. If you shoot there and you get a miss, it immediately can remove all 5,000 of those and update the heat map. So usually within about 5 shots, the program is able to figure out with a high certainty what board you have. Now, there is slightly still some luck involved in it because you can get lucky and be at a place in the RNG where there is more patterns that overlap versus less. So then it takes usually less shots, but you will still always be able to do it under 19, which is what you need for the speed run. Sploosh Kaboom is a minigame in Wind Waker that's necessary for 100% in the game, and it's basically Sink the Battleship. If you've ever played. If you've ever played Battleship / Sink the Battleship in real life. Yeah, believe it or not, people actually had a really easy time to reverse engineer Wind Waker because you can actually thank, I'm not even kidding you, the United States military. The United States military developed a tool that lets you reverse engineer and make code way more readable. And they used that internally for security reasons with the military for years and years and years. For national security reasons, and then they eventually released it to the public. So if you've seen a lot of stuff being reverse engineered in recent times, it's actually a huge part of that being possible at all is thanks to the United States releasing their internal tool that they developed to the public, which obviously they did not have to do. So big shock, but they did. What's the program called again? Is it called, like, Ghidra or something like that? I'm sure some coder will know what I'm talking about. I think it's called Ghidra. Anyways, yeah. It meant that instead of having to look at terrible just instructions and you know, assembly / machine code / like the higher end, it was able to make it a lot more somewhat readable, and it helps the process a lot with being able to figure out what each thing does. Yeah, it's really interesting, honestly, when it comes to, like, when you read into, like, the U.S. military, because even though I do think it's massively overspent and there's a lot of things I don't like, there's a shocking amount of things that only would have been developed with the budget of the U.S. military that we use every single day. I think the best example I have is GPS. I don't think most here could live without a GPS or find their way around or do road trips or go to different places if GPS was not a thing, if we still had to get up the old books and update them every year for all the new businesses and stuff like that. But yeah, completely made for the military, used for the military for a very long time, and then eventually expanded to aviation because it was allowed to be used but not too precisely. And then eventually it was allowed to be used in the public, and they enabled it to be used precisely. All right, let's get back to focus mode, Chad. We're actually coming up on the gameplay section again, so let's see if we can continue without having to go through this all again. You know, I actually used to think that, I'll say this quickly, before I get the skull and I to fully focus. I used to think the same, that I don't know why people like, yeah, space is cool, but why do we need to fund NASA more? But when I looked into what they actually make and develop, and I realized that so little of their budget just goes to just exploration in space, and a lot of it goes to literally stuff on planet Earth, or satellites that help track things like the information about, you know, hurricanes or you know, like, you know, rain, water, the general research that helps us on planet Earth, and how little of it they actually put percentage-wise into, you know, just doing things just for exploration's sake, and most of it is genuinely stuff that's useful for us here on Earth. I'm actually all for funding NASA more. I'm just against spending more. Like, I'm all for, like, funding NASA more. I just think it should be taken from the military. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like, the fact that we're still getting a higher deficit is crazy to me. Like, spend more on the other good stuff, but don't do it through more debt. Do it through cutting the military. I think they will survive if they go from 850 billion to even like 600 billion, okay? You will still outdo the top 10 countries. Anyways, time to focus. Please. Please, 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 please. Please. Okay. Alright, finally, dude. Oh, dude, that took so many attempts to get another one going. Alright, time to focus. I didn't think I was enough in the middle. I didn't even try the select. That's my bad. Okay. At least it was really fast. I can try. I didn't think that was going to do that. Okay. All right, here we go. That should work. Please. Let this be good. Oh my god, so fast, so clean. Okay. Zelda? Why did you just do that walk? Weird, okay. First try soft lock skip, nice. Okay. Hope Link gets out of that corner. Okay, clean. Okay. It is all down to the final boss fight. Okay, with a perfect boss fight, this could be a 36, I think. 35 to 36 if we get a perfect fight here. Alright, don't go Pepega on me, Link. Nice. Link. Ugh. Dude. Dude. Target the arm. Who's there? Keep up the run, Linkus. Don't get distracted. You got this. You got it. What, Link? Uh-oh. 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 Oh, come on, dude. Hello, everybody. We're an extremely good pace for a top level time right now in Echoes of Wisdom. Sorry, I'm a little bit focused. Sorry. Welcome, everybody. Also, if anyone is wondering, this boss is completely auto-scroller. It looks like you're supposed to attack him, and the game makes you think that way, but no, it does not actually care about how much damage you deal. Once he hits the end of this auto-scroller section, as long as you deal one singular bit of damage to him, he completely just dies. So, in the beginning, we killed him, but then once it was discovered, now we just try and swim to make him go faster. But anyways, the last phase is where it's really hard. For anyone who doesn't know, any of the bosses will one-hit me, and because I can't deal any damage myself, I have to completely rely on Link, and sometimes he doesn't want to attack fast. So it is quite difficult. Okay, let's see if we can get a two cycle here. Okay, come on, quick spin. Quick spin. Nice. 2 cycle. Okay. Okay. I have to let go or I'm gonna get hit. Link. Not the best, not the worst. We'll take it. No, he missed. You suck. Link. Come on, beep. Damn it, 3 cycle. Okay. Coming up on the hardest part now. Come on. Two arms is really good. Please, Link. Link, please. Yes. Target the right arm. Thank you. Link, what are you doing? Link! What are you doing? Okay, best case scenario now is a 3 cycle. Oh no. I might die here. Oh my god, I can't believe I dodged that. Holy crap. Please let me get both of these arms. No. Please. No. No, not. Okay, so this one, because you on the speed run, you don't have any fire enemies. I just have to hope that the winds doesn't go in a way where I have to run through the webs, because I literally can't remove them. I'm dead. Oh my god, I'm somehow not dead. I'm just gonna stand here and pray it doesn't reach me. Link. Oh? Okay. Not as big of a PB as it could have been, but that's a PB. We didn't die, even though we got really terrible luck there in getting 2 extra faces. Okay. That's it. PB. And time. 38:04. That officially puts us at 4th place in the world. We just bopped both 5th and 4th place. That puts us from 6th to 4th. We will take it. Not too bad. Whew. All right. We'll take it. Definitely could squeeze out another minute there, though, if I could skip those cycles, but not too bad. Back-to-back PB. All right, I'm really confused. Is this the new feature? I didn't get an alert or an invite, like a raid. Can people just join a chat? I'm so confused what's going on right now. I'm so confused. What's happening? Well, thank you for the knock, Doug. I appreciate it. And I guess also Point Crow? It's the biggest mess, I believe it. They were rooting for you, I appreciate it. Dude, we have been crazy on the runs the past 2 days. Yesterday, we went from 6th place in the world to 2nd place on Wind Waker, almost getting the world record. And today, we went from 6th to 4th on Echo's Wisdom. Back-to-back days with crazy PBs. I will unfortunately make a sad announcement though. I am gonna say it right now, unless a new trick gets found, I am not doing full day grinds of any percent anymore, because this category has 25 minutes of early game. I cannot take 25 minutes of early game to have 12 minutes of gameplay afterwards. I can't do it. I will probably switch to all dungeons for Echoes of Wisdom now. I cannot do more any percent unless something new gets found, or they allow intro skip through a community vote. I can't do a run that's like 70% intro anymore. It's so much, dude. So I think I'm switching to probably all dungeons for this game now. I'll probably still do like 1 or 2 runs here and there. I just mean like, so I'm not saying like I'm never doing any percent again. I just more mean like, I don't think I'm gonna go live and do like 5, 6, 7 hours straight of any percent. Because after about, I would say, I think around 4 intros is usually when I get really tired of it. So I might just kind of throw out an any percent run at the end of a stream or something just for fun, you know, to extend the stream a bit. But definitely not as a whole stream grind. Cutscene skips, patch, please. I said this on stream the other day. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Nintendo, don't actually listen to this because I don't want you to do this, but I mean this. If Nintendo doesn't want us to use glitches, what they should do is release their Zelda games, don't have press start for cutscene skips, and then 1 month after release an update with patches and enable cutscene skips natively by pressing start.
Don't do it, please. But if they were to do that, I promise you, they would have their dreams come true because everyone would switch to the newest update. That would be a guaranteed way to get people off the old updates, and they just don't do the never update thing like they were doing right now. Well, like I said, don't actually do it, but it would be a very easy way for game devs to motivate people to update. Because even if you lose some glitches, most people would take no cutscenes if you could. Hat in Time actually did something like that. Improve loading times and some other quality of life things a ton while patching out a skip that skipped the entire finale. I can approve of that, to be honest with you. I'm all for that. I think when it comes to game developers, this is my personal opinion, as biased as I can be, of course. Patch any glitches that can interfere with a casual. If it's a soft lock, a crash, even a speedrun glitch that can be done accidentally by a casual that will interfere with the casual experience, always patch that. Never going to be against that. If it's a super random glitch that only someone who wants to go super out of the way can perform, like for example, click A on this one frame and then B 3 frames later, then press the start button, and then you get this, glitch effect, like storage, for example. If that's the case, then in my opinion, I don't think you should update. Because even if I was a game developer, I don't see a glitch that can only be performed with a crazy setup to be a fault. Like Nintendo sees glitches as mistakes, which is why they hate them, right? But I don't see that as a mistake. I see that as a happy coincidence if you can do something cool where the setup is so overly precise that no casual could ever have been expected or at Nintendo to see it because it's so obscure. So whenever there is a really obscure thing, I think that it should just be left alone. That was actually their guidelines when patching Metroid Dread. They removed exactly one major speedrun glitch and said in the notes that they patched it because they believed it was too easy and due accidentally. Really? That's awesome. I didn't know that. But that makes sense. That's fair. I like that. That does make sense, though. Metroid Prime developers are really funny. So I know Dread is different developers, but Retro Studios, who made Metroid Prime, they actually genuinely love speedrunning. They've even been part of interviews at GDQ runs and been part of the speedrun community and answered some questions about the game. And they all love speedrunning, and they even put a timer in their game natively for that reason. And you get, like different ending screens depending on how fast you beat the game. Now, even though they are super pro speedrunning, there are a couple of glitches or tricks that they have attempted to patch, but not everything, just something. So they have they're pro speedrunning and they have actively taken the approach of patching some things they don't like, but not everything. It's not like, Tears of the Kingdom when that launched. When Nintendo, I swear to God, Nintendo must have just literally looked at speedrunners and patched everything we found. Because it was such a, everything we found patched. Yeah, some of them are floating at the end because of skipping the game. It's really glitched.
I think it's my theory why that happens is because my assumption is that the collision for the rift that should be there is technically still there, but it's just invisible. So they're standing on top of a rift. But I'm not sure if it's confirmed or not. I haven't like matched up the locations to see it. Anyways, Chad, I think that, I think on the next stream, I'm probably gonna go for Wind Waker again. My arm is just a tiny bit tired today, but it's not painful. So as long as my arm is fully rested tomorrow, which I think it will be, then I'll probably stream Wind Waker. So it'll be a good time. Linkus, can you read this guy's message? They fell through the floor. So without knowing exactly where it is or watching videos, that guy who said I don't remember exactly where in the world it was, but it was kind of west of the castle, just spinning through grass, and I fell through the floor randomly. I have seen 1 or 2 clips of someone... I've seen 1 or 2 clips of someone randomly clip through the ground when spinning, but I haven't heard of it in that location, actually. So that'd be really interesting to see if you have that video. Because so far, there isn't really any way to go out of bounds in this game, believe it or not. The closest we have to out of bounds is, like, being underneath, like, sand or something like that that isn't interactable, that hasn't been interacted with yet due to a rung warp. But we can't just, like, clip through a wall. Single-player games are fun with speedruns, and I do agree that the glitches that soft-lock the games should be patched, but the glitches that don't soft-lock the game... Yeah, I agree. Especially for single-player games. You made a very good point. If someone is speedrunning a multiplayer game, I'm sorry, I think you should prioritize the multiplayer aspect and not speedrunners. Screw that. Screw the speedrunners in that case. I'm going to be straight up. If it's a multiplayer experience, it's very different. I would never advocate for that. I think that's a very different situation. Anyways, chat. I think that's going to be it for today's stream. Hope you guys enjoyed. I should be back tomorrow unless something comes up, but I think I'll be back tomorrow. And, we'll stream some Wind Waker. All right, so I think we should raid. Let's raid Doug Doug. Yes, Maisie. The raid message is going to be knock knock. So go raid Doug Doug with knock knock. He has a big chat, so you have to go crazy with the knock knock. So yeah, go raid Doug Doug with the knock knocks. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate y'all so much, and I will see you guys in tomorrow's stream with some Wind Waker. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. Later, everybody. Bye-bye.